Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 1st, 2026 City Council Workshop. Thank you for joining us in this hybrid meeting format today. For sessions like this one, there is no opportunity for public comment, and those wishing to access the meeting can do so by watching the live stream available on our website, the broadcast on Comcast Channel 21, or by calling into one of the phone numbers listed for this meeting on the public webcast and meetings materials page of the City of Eugene website. Thank you again for joining us, and I now call the July 1st, 2026 meeting of workshop of the Eugene City Council to order. And I will turn things right over to our Reftellus team to introduce today's topic and lead us through a long-range financial planning workshop day 2. Take it away.
All right, are we good? Excellent. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Welcome back, and I'm looking forward to really building on and continuing the conversation we had yesterday. I thought that we had a nice foundation. I'm going to offer in a moment an opportunity to kind of look back and even to do kind of a quick review of the conversations, not a deep dive, but I want to make space for any takeaways, reflections you might have as we are preparing ourselves and grounding ourselves in yesterday's conversation for today's conversation. As we left off, we were identifying some potential, what we're now calling sort of revised strategic areas of focus, those things that are important to all of you collectively for moving the city and the community forward. We're going to talk a lot about that this morning and talk about what defines success and how you want to chart that vision. And then we would like to hear also what are those things that are going to be important to you over the next 2 years. And so we're trying to define that future vision within the focus areas, but also start to kind of identify, harvest some ideas about what that looks like. I'm going to say at the outset, and I will remind us that this is a messy process. We want to really have authentic conversations today. Please give us the space and the permission to bring this back to you. We will be regrouping on July the 13th. And at that time, we will have synthesized the outcomes of our conversations yesterday and today, so you can bring it back with fresh eyes. We don't want to get ourselves stuck in ways that are specific to words and intent. We want to have the conversation that we can listen to and bring that back. And so with that permission, I want to open up for today. And so here's our agenda. We're going to kind of, again, recap, and I'm going to ask you to not get too settled in, because I'll have you take a look at some of the work that Julie did and just kind of do a quick walkthrough just to bring it back, make it fresh, and then we'll ask for some quick reflections. And then we're going to be focusing just specifically on where do you want to go, right? This is an important part of the framework for evaluating budget options, and so we talked about the importance of those priorities and how choices might be determined. But this is a time to kind of take a step back and have that big conversation. This will be helpful and instructive to the city manager, to staff, to hear where we go, and then they can work through the preparation of the budget and work planning to make sure that they're reflecting the direction that you have consensus around through our conversations today. So that's what we will be doing. We will wrap up with clarity around actions and next steps so that you feel like, okay, I know what happens next. It's not just a conversation. That was one of the things we talked about in some of the interviews we had, is like, where does this go? It's nice to engage and have thoughtful conversation, but it needs to translate to action. And so we'll outline those next steps and what you can expect from that and your role in pursuing that. So we'll connect the dots before we conclude our time together today. Sound good? Okay. Any norms, course corrections that are necessary for our time together, or are we feeling okay with the format and the way that we've been having these conversations? And I will do my best to make sure that I don't miss any hands as hands are going up. And if I've done that, I apologize. Good? Okay. Well, then I will invite you to take a stand up. And over here we have where we started. What do we hope to accomplish? Our hopes for today. We talked about roles and governance, and so kind of that reminder of why it matters, how that is important. And then we talked about budget principles and the service framework. And so I would just invite you to fresh eyes, look at Julie's work and kind of some of that conversation, just to get us back there, and then we'll sit back down and any takeaways you might have, we can share. Yeah, we do need some music, right? Exactly. Maybe not Benny Hill.
I can give us some music.
All right, after you have had a chance to take a look at the graphics, I'm going to ask you to return to your seats. All right, and know that these captures, the images, we'll bring them back. You have these, and so they're not going to disappear. We'll have them digitally. You'll also have the major files, and so I see the pictures, which I appreciate. Know that we will also provide those too. But I just thought it might be helpful to realize we had a lot. We covered a lot of ground yesterday, and we had really great conversations, and I think that they're reflected in the graphics. So any takeaways from that? Reflections from yesterday? Aside from the gratitude for Julie. Thank you, Julie.
Yes.
Okay.
I had a few thoughts last night. One of them about the work specific to the conversation about principles, which I just thought was really valuable and connects to a lot of the goals that this body has highlighted related to communication and helping to effectively share all that goes into the work that the City of Eugene does, and that it is very thoughtful work, and that we also, people aren't just coming into a council meeting or coming into this room and making a decision that's unconsidered. So I thought that was a really helpful discussion. And then thought about where you left off with us last night, in that we have our organization, the operations of the city, but we also have a strategic plan. And with other entities who have strategic plans, they're different from their operational work. Greg and Alan. Just one more moment. I just was thinking that there is a strategic opportunity that's before the body that is probably for this next window of years, and then that will happen again and will happen again. And in the conversation today, I'm hoping that our strategic plan refresh can just dig into that opportunity, that it's not just about the excellence of the organization and how we operate every day as a baseline, but about how are we trying to strategically focus our attention in this next window of time. And that's a different, that's different from an operational plan or a work plan.
Appreciate the comments. And you recall yesterday we had a focus area around organizational excellence, which is sort of still there, which speaks to that. And that is the work of the city and how staff deliver, on the direction of council, on the needs of the community, on the ongoing regular operations of the city. And so there's a place to provide some clarity around expectations within that, but you're right. So the areas of focus, the strategic focus areas we're going to talk about this morning, really are those, more focused goals that you want to really drive towards. So it doesn't have to capture everything. In fact, it shouldn't capture everything. It should really focus on those things that are going to move the city or the organization, the community forward. They really are strategic in nature. We're putting on that strategic hat that we talked about yesterday. As we were thinking about these. So to use the other phrase, kind of, let's put ourselves up on the balcony. What is the vision that you hold? And how do we communicate that in a way that is accessible, concise, and provides clarity around what's important? So with all of those words, let's take a look at where we left off yesterday. So we had some initial framing of, kind of those broad areas of focus, buckets that kind of seem to emerge through interviews that we had, plus the community survey as a starting point, and we had great conversation around those. So we tried to do some updating, so revising them based on that conversation. Not a whole lot of modification, but a little bit of tweaking and refinement that hopefully sets the table for our conversation today. So I'm going to walk through these and we can kind of affirm them, recognizing that the final language we can still work on. I want to make sure that the essence of what's important is there's space for that in these areas of focus. And we're using the term strategic focus areas as a revised strategic focus areas as kind of the iteration. This is a bridge between your strategic plan, which was 2023 through 2026, through to kind of extend that as a bridge using council-directed vision through these strategic focus areas. And so that's what we're working on today, and we're going to drill in onto the specifics. So we talked about, and we reordered these a little bit because some of them didn't have much change, others did. So financial stability, that was kind of an attempt to modify the language around sustainability so that we're minimizing that confusion, and the mayor had suggested that as one of the options. And so it could also be stewardship was, I think, the other way that you had defined it. But this is really around the financial health of the city, right? And so making sure that there is a space to provide focus and that we know that that's going to be important over the next 2 years, which is what we really want to have in view. Housing and homelessness, the bucket, if you will, the focus wasn't changed in terms of the category. We're going to talk about what does that mean, and that's where it gets a little bit more nuanced and there's more to it. But in terms of a category, housing and homelessness, that's housing affordability and other sorts of things, as well as addressing the homelessness challenge. Transportation infrastructure, nothing really bubbled up yesterday on that area, so we have left that consistent as well. And again, we'll talk about what does that mean to you this morning. So the next two, we did a little bit of refinement based on the conversation, and hopefully it provides ample space for the conversations around what that looks like. So the word, so first of all, public safety and community trust. Community trust was part of the themes that emerged in the interviews and the conversation also something that has been important in your prior strategic plan, so we tried to bridge that a little bit. It still has an emphasis on public safety, but with a little bit of an additional breadth in terms of how the community receives that. And so that was the suggestion for that one. And the next one we had previously, thriving community, and there was a lot of conversation around livability and making it a livable community, kind of the quality of life components. And so that's what we have tried to reflect here. We left thriving in there because of the economic vitality component in particular, but it could be, broader by nature. And so we've just made it a thriving, livable community as the framing. Organizational excellence stays the same. And again, we had talked yesterday about how that shows up in the organization, and that might be defined and built out a little bit more through Jenny and her team. So reactions, how are we feeling about this set of focus areas as our launching pad for today?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Do you want me to preview that? So what we're going to do is once we have the buckets, and I'm going to suggest we don't focus on, we're going to use organizational excellence as an example. The first step would be defining success, right? And so what we would be asking you to do is to think about what is the spirit and intent, the goal that you are striving for in that area. And so starting off with individual activities, we brought you all the tools today with Post-it notes and markers to write down what does that mean to you? What does success look like if we're talking about public safety and community trust? What does that look like with the idea? So we would capture that first. And then break you into some small groups to look at what are the things that are there and to draft what does the success statement look like. And we have an example here for organizational excellence, just to illustrate, not that it's a completed statement. This I wouldn't want to we created this, we roughed Ellis, and so there may be changes. But the idea is to have something succinct that really speaks to spirit. Right? So the city exemplifies a culture of service and collaboration that delivers solutions rather than roadblocks. And so it tries to make the uniqueness of what is Eugene apparent in the area of focus. And so that's what we're striving for is this first iteration, is to define that. The next step would be to then talk about, well, what are the to-dos? What are the actions that you want to ensure the city is pursuing in that area over the course of the next 2 years? And so 2 years from now, using the city example, what is going to change? What are the things you want to invest time, money, resources into to move in the direction of your goal? So that's the flow we're talking about, if that helps at all. And I can take us back to the revised focus areas and see if that works.
What I meant was, depends on what the bulleted details were after these for me to understand what these encapsulate.
I took those out intentionally.
Yeah, I know you
because
did.
what I want to do is I want to make space for you to define that. I mean, those, I was trying to show how we arrived at those based on the conversations that we had had. And I don't want to over tilt or make it concerning. So if you're talking about thriving, livable community, what does that look like to you? And we want to start there. What does that mean? What are the ingredients to success?
So you didn't synthesize what we talked about with another list of details?
Correct. That's right. Yes.
Thank you. I generally, in these things, do not try to wordsmith because I think that can become a distraction and you can end up down a rabbit trail. But one thing I have noticed consistently is the use of the term public safety. I've tried to change that to more community safety. And the reason being is you say public safety and people instantly think police and law enforcement only. And while I think our police department is incredibly important, and I've seen the evil that walks amongst us through many, many calls, I still think it's important to broaden that out beyond just police and fire because there's supporting pieces that come into it as well. I think our sewage treatment plant is community safety. I know our road systems are because that's how we get to help people. It's how people get moved to the hospital, et cetera. I even think lighting is community safety. But anyway, just a minor detail that I saw yesterday, and I should have said something yesterday, but I said it today. Thank you.
So what do you think about that? Modifying that focus area to describe it as community safety. Maybe it's community safety and trust, or,
I think adding the community trust piece gets to the heart of what you're saying, but public safety is on top of people's minds in every poll and every door knock and every council meeting in which the public comes and testifies to us. There's a range of what that means to that individual, but I would caution to your point earlier, Councilor Groves, about wordsmithing these. I would caution changing something so well-known.
Well, it's well-known as police, and community trust is tied back to police.
right.
And
Nothing else.
I'm okay with that. Like, I'm fine with
Right.
that. I want to, like, I have a question.
Not a die on the hill issue for me. Something I've noticed.
Well, can I, before you continue,
Yeah.
because you have another question, can I follow up on that? Because I want to ask the clarifying question, which is, I think, an important point. The adding of "and community trust," does that re-emphasize even more the focus on,
I think it emphasizes more the focus on police
right? So maybe that
in this
is,
community.
right, so maybe that is not a good addition. I don't know.
I totally agree with what Randy said.
Okay.
And when you go back and you look at the community survey.
Yeah.
What they were talking about, it's illegal activity and public safety.
Right.
It really is just the police. And when you add community trust to it, I think what
Yeah.
that issue of do we trust the police comes up like that.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's confining in that regard. I don't go direct, I agree with Randy. So all those things about MDOMC and the wastewater treatment plant and all the other things we do for public safety, for community safety, don't fit there.
If it was public safety and
fit
community
under
well-being,
the-
is that something that lands that, or is that too
Well,
squishy or too much?
it leaves, for me, it leaves out the fire department.
Okay. All right. Do we have ideas, suggestions? Yes, please.
No, but you gotta remember something. I know it's not being said here. Everybody loves the fire guys. Everybody. That's not the same with the police. There's a different, trust.
Yeah. So maybe I would make a suggestion, kind of to your point here in the conversation. If for purposes of our conversation today, and we can revisit the kind of the naming of it, if we talk about it as community safety, to allow us to provide other, for defining success, that's going to point us into a broader lens, and maybe it'll emerge, and maybe it is community safety. Maybe that's the right language to use. But we can kind of revisit that after we've talked about, well, what are we trying to do? What's the vision here? And I think for each of these, we might need to do some refinement based on what emerges and how you're defining success. And so I really appreciate the comments. Okay, here and then here. Yeah.
Now, I always like the metaphor of a three-legged stool. We have police, fire, and then we have other related social services that are part of that triangle. And that's one of the things that, as we have taken action in different areas, like with the CSI, which we adopted, 6 years ago. A lot of, what the expectations of our constituents are stems from that. They expect more police, more effective police response. They expect the same level of fire service or more fire service than what they've had before. You don't necessarily see that right off the bat when you're calling fire. And then when we start talking about the social service side of that and plugging some of the holes that are there, like, our police officers are expected to be, instant psychologists, instant social workers on the spot in a lot of different areas. I was talking to an officer the other day about this, and he was telling me about, what a lot of people don't see, like the 2 suicides he, went to. And these were, mothers of young children I mean, I don't mean to be a downer on this, but, you know, this is a lot of the stuff that they're seeing and dealing with on a first responder basis, that when people complain to us about, what the police are not doing, part of it is being able to communicate to our citizens what the police are doing.
Let me
They're
just,
right.
let me interrupt, and I apologize, because I think what you're describing is a broader lens, which we've just described, the three-legged stool, right? That I think community safety allows that conversation, and whether the response, the safety element is happening through police or happening through, response and preparedness to, fire emergencies or medical emergencies or other areas, and the social services elements, all of that is kind of a safety focus and how it shows up here. And so are we okay with using community safety as our framing for this conversation? Thumbs up all the way around. I just want to make sure we.
No, it's public safety. My question was directly related to this.
Please, go ahead.
Yesterday, these were ordered 1 through 6, and I appreciate the financial stability instead of financial sustainability. I appreciate listening to what we were saying about the livability piece, but now they've been reordered. And the public safety piece is dropped to number 4.
Those were not priorities,
And
yes.
housing and homelessness is, but starting with financial stability indicates that without financial stability, we can't do anything. And then the next tier is broadly public safety. It's the
Right.
safety of the public, the ability for anyone in this community to go to school, to go to work, to play safely and feel safe. I don't interpret public safety as just fighting crime. I interpret it as the community's feeling of wellness and safety of going about our daily lives in this beautiful city.
Well, Okay, we're going to go, I'm not sure who had hands up first, but, okay.
Yeah, so Mike, okay. I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, but I don't think this list is just for us. I think this list is for the whole community, and I think if we just stopped people on the street and asked them, what's public safety? Their view of public safety is going to be a lot narrower than yours, or probably ours, because of just how we talk about it, rather than in everyday life, public safety is fire and police. So I think it's important for us to remember, yes, these are the words that we are creating, and these are things that we're going to use as a city council, but the whole community is going to be reading these, and we want what their takeaway to be as close to our takeaway as possible, because that's part of our communication with our community, and so that it creates that transparency. So I agree with Randy. I like the idea of community safety, because I think it makes people just step a little bit outside of their and think about it for a second, and then they add things to their umbrella. I don't think you're wrong. I think it's the way that people interpret it. That's
Well,
my take anyway.
And I know you have a comment too, but let me just really quick, while on this topic, we haven't defined what this is yet, right? And so,
That's where I was going.
okay, and so all we're doing is we're framing it, and so there could absolutely be a portion of the success statement that speaks to kind of traditional public safety or the broader world of community safety. And so, I think we're jumping ahead a little bit with just the names. And so I think if we can provide that space, and maybe we revisit it, maybe public safety is the headline, and there's a description that is broader, or the reverse, right? And so I don't think we need to be prescriptive at this moment about what that looks like. I want to make sure that we have space to explore, what does it look like? Like, what are we striving for? What is the spirit and intent we're aiming for in that area? And that's going to come through the success defining statement.
And Nancy, if I could jump in for a moment.
Yeah.
I want to give you all credit for making us better facilitators. When we realized that our default slide templates number things for visual design purposes solely, not for any sort of this is the order we are recommending things in. So we took the numbers out with the idea that we don't want to presume or suggest that there's an order to these at this moment. You as a body may at some point in time decide, let's present them in this order. awesome. Right now, that was not the intent. Also, we had inside baseball on why we changed the order of them solely for how we're going to do the next exercise. It has nothing to do with the order of them of operations. So you're like the super sleuth that needs the gold star for like finding the little hidden bit. But I think that please, we hope you do not get caught up on that piece of it. It is purely so that we can assign activities in the next round, and then how they are presented, the order with or without numbers, entirely not part of this conversation, if that helps.
That's super helpful, thank you. So it comes down to semantics, and as colleagues have pointed out, it's what we fill in. So I get it, I'll get along to get along. It's not a hill I'm gonna die on, but we're gonna have I hope we have a robust public safety conversation, and we don't shy away from it by removing the word public safety, words public safety, and we have an honest, unvarnished conversation.
Totally.
And thanks for the clarification about the numbering piece.
Yes, absolutely. Mike?
I know that the larger point of our being here is long-term financial stability. I thought, and you both have just done a great job, what I was gonna say, which is contextualizing our conversation might help a little bit for us to stay focused as a group a little bit more about the moment's discussion. We're doing X exercise to lead to Y result
Right.
in advance of doing it might help the group. That's all I was gonna say.
Okay. The moment today, right now, is to define, this is the longer-term vision for these areas. These are the strategic areas that seem to have resonance, and we'll define what they look like. That's step one, right? Absolutely right. I mean, what we need to try to work toward today is, after we've provided some definition, and again, we will have to move through the conversation. We're listening for the spirit of what you want to make happen. If we get stuck on specific words at every turn, we won't get through the broader conversation of, well, what do we want to really prioritize in the next couple of years, which is the next step. And so after we have done the framing, which is important, and the conversation around it, having robust debate and conversation is important. And so I'm not meaning to suggest we're going to rush through this, because I think it's helpful for all of you, but also for those who are listening, to what does this mean? You know, what are we aiming for? And maybe it's not crystal clear until the conversation starts to emerge, and that's perfectly fine. The next step then is to say, okay, well given that, we're not going to be able to do everything, you know, in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, right? I mean, there are things that you can continue to make progress on. There are things you're going to want to emphasize and not lose momentum on. And so that will be the next step in the conversation, to define, well, if we had a limited number of things that we can spend our time and energy on within this broader framing, what are those things? And so that is the step 2 in the conversation today. And just as a reminder, you know, we want to listen, and we want to hear, you know, where there is energy and consensus. We're coming back. You know, you can't shake us that quickly. We'll be back on the 13th. And so, you know, you'll have a second at bat, hopefully with you know, kind of a revised, you know, language framework that is intended to really reflect the conversation that occurs today. And it will be, you know, kind of a cleaned up version that synthesizes what is happening. And so, you know, again, process is messy. We're comfortable with it. And if you can, you know, feel comfortable with us, you know, kind of listening carefully, then I know we'll get there. But I don't want to close off the debate. I think that's important, and it's important for everybody to hear. So, you know, we will let those trains ride, but I will also try to keep us moving so that we can get through, you know, the depth of conversation that will be helpful.
And with that broader connection to financial sustainability, in the budget principles, there was a principle of connecting the budget to strategic goals. Within the budget, the service evaluation framework, one of the budget lenses is how and what goals is it connected to. Well, those questions can't be answered unless we know what y'all want.
Yep.
Right, so this is the necessary conversation to be able to link those portions of the principles and the framework to something staff can act upon.
And perhaps that the principle for this conversation too at this juncture is, again, we're stepping up on the balcony. And I will just say, this is not easy work, right? And so, you know, let's acknowledge that you're trying to get to a distilled, clear statement of what the goal is, what success looks like. It's not something that just magically appears. And so, you know, we'll give ourselves some grace, and we'll talk about it, we'll explore it and then we'll do our best to define that. It's a little bit of an art, but we will get there. Okay. So I want to affirm that we can use modifying the fourth one down. So we'll use the broad community safety as the framing of that, with the reflections of what's important and what success looks like that have been already outlined in the room. Are we okay with using thriving, livable community as the bucket for that one? He was asking if it was public safety or public safety and community trust. I heard community safety.
And public trust.
Survey says.
So the suggestion I'm offering is that we call it community safety if a success factor is that the public trusts the city to create, a safe, livable environment. That might be what success looks like, right?
Why did you add trust?
Why did I ask
Yeah.
us here? Because that was part of what the themes were that had emerged previously. And I was trying to honor kind of that broader lens of that I was hearing yesterday. And so that's why I put it there. And
I think most of the conversation was about the public safety part, not the community trust part. I think all of us
I'm
agree
here,
that
here,
the
too.
trust part is an important part of it.
But you're trying to narrow us to community safety, and is everyone good with that as a topic? Am I missing where we went with that
well,
conversation?
he was asking about the title, whether community trust should be. I think community trust could be a part of your success statement if that's something that is important. And so I was trying to just synthesize it to community safety to give a broader view into how we approach this.
Wordsmith it to death, yeah.
Right. We will never end off of this.
Started it.
And I said that right up front.
Your fault, man.
All right. Everybody gets one turn to wordsmith, and then you're done. Yours is done.
And everybody's done.
I'm just teasing. Okay. All right. We're going to move on, and maybe I'll update that on the slide. And so, before you all arrived, we came around and we gave you some Post-it notes. Everybody loves a Post-it note in a workshop with Sharpie markers. And so you can find those. They're yellow with a little blue marker. And so what we want to do, this is the example again, is we're going to start identifying what success looks like. And we want the intent, the spirit, like what is it that is important to you in each of these areas, okay? And so you can write those as outcomes. You can write those as, like, community trust could be an example. Like, that might be what success looks like. The community trusts us. They are, whatever. You can define how that looks. Maybe if it's on, thriving, livable community, maybe part of that is that there is a spirit of community and engagement, or within the community that's thriving, or economic development might be something you're focused on. Maybe it's that you have an active and successful business community, or you have new housing in the housing area. Like, there's success. Don't worry about the words. We want the idea that you can put in there. And so on those, you'll see behind Julie's moving the big chart away, we have a poster for each of the areas. Those 5 areas. So once you have your Post-its and those ideas, you're going to go up and just stick them on the appropriate one. We're going to then break into some groups to look at what emerges and to try to think about how do we want to define success. The first one says thriving, livable community.
Doing
I'm not
each
sure what we're doing.
Pardon me? You can do multiple Post-its if you have.
The 6.
I tried to give you a little stack. I didn't count them. We'll
Could
give
you
you more.
put those topics back up here
Yep,
so I can
I
see
will
them?
definitely
But
do
are
that.
we only supposed to do thriving, livable community right now?
No, all 5.
All of them, okay.
Yep. And we'll bring you more Post-its. You can do more Post-its. And so if you run through them, just say so, and we'll do that.
Do you want us to put one idea per Post-it, though?
Yes, please. Thank you. Very important clarification. One idea per Post-it note. Rule number 1 for this kind of activity.
Yes.
We will work toward the statements afterwards. We just need the ideas of what's important to you in each of these areas.
Can we post them as we get them?
Sure.
I just like posting things.
What does success look like? When you have your ideas down, please feel free to go ahead and stick them up on the appropriate flip chart. Unmove the bike rack. Pardon me? Well, I know. You can put the idea, just the idea is fine. Yeah, I know.
I wish I could spell that part.
Oh, yeah, spelling doesn't count on Post-it notes or flip
Thank
charts, so
you.
you're good.
I have my dictionary up.
Yeah.
This is not a test.
Okay, my writing's
Personal
bad enough
pride.
that you won't be able to tell that I can't spell.
That's like a childhood strategy for writing things
Yeah.
down. You just make it a little messy, nobody will know if
Right.
it's spelled out.
Then I could say, that's what I meant.
Exactly. All right, how we doing? Lots of Post-its I see, that's good. Halfway there? Okay. What's that? Oh, that's nice.
Wow. Wow.
Nice one, Mike.
TLC, wow.
I kind of like it. It wasn't intentional, but stickers, Mike, little badges that say just TLC. You can wear those all around.
That's just what I'll do. Thank you.
Okay, as you're continuing to write these, we're going to be next breaking into groups and looking at each of these and trying to really identify what are the major themes that you're seeing across the Post-it notes. We're not writing down the details of what we're doing. We're trying to just get the essence of what you're striving for, the spirit and intent of that focus area. And so that's what we're going to be working toward as you're preparing for the next part of our activity. So it's tempting to always want to get into, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Everybody wants to go there. It's tangible. It's concrete. We're still in the framing conversation. What? That's the statement. That's the statement. Right, I think I'm writing that one. Welcome. I didn't think it'd take you long to enter, so I'm just saying. Right, welcome, yeah. Right there, on the very end. We're not doing that one. I know, sorry.
Did you say that and I missed it?
I probably wasn't clear enough because it's still on the screen, so, but you know what? Let's give it to Jenny. Then she will have it.
All right.
If you're still working on organizational excellence, you can put your pen down because we're going to let the staff work on that one. We're only working on the first 5. No, that's fine. I'd rather have more information than less information, so all good. We all get out of practice with actually handwriting things, right? Because everything's keyboard.
Write forever.
And now,
Stop using it.
yeah,
That's this.
it's exactly, it's so different. I feel like back in the day, it was a lot more legible than what I do today, where it's like, what? It's like your hand loses the practice and the discipline of what you're supposed to do.
Just need the ink pad and a thumbprint.
I can be artistic in them. Yeah. That was always how I studied things. I had to rewrite things. Like that was part of my process, was just like that activity. Well, my dad was visiting recently. He brought these old folders, and so that he's taken now, doesn't want to have anymore, naturally. So he gave them to me and my sister, and it has like reports that were all written. I was like, wow, that was my handwriting. You know, as an 8-year-old, or not 8-year-old, an 8th grader or whatever, right? So. Yeah, that's so special. Amazing. That's such a gift. Wow, that's special. Okay. You have a few more minutes to get final post-its drafted and onto the wall. Still more coming too. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with 3 of them. That's the big reveal that Jen was referring to get us to practice, and so we can have some groups of 3 working on these, and then we'll do the final 2 as a second round. Oh dear, not again. Was that intentional? Well, it's not my battery this time, so. Oh, okay, all right. Sometimes technology needs a break, we get that. All right. Alan's got all his Post-its, get them over there. Sort them through. So as we're getting the final Post-its up on the wall, first of all, hopefully this was stimulating to think about, what does this mean to me? What does success look like? How do I define that? We're going to start off with financial stability, housing, homelessness, and transportation infrastructure. So those 3 we're going to work on first in 3 separate groups. Okay? 3 separate groups. Right. Right. And so we're going to work in groups of 3. We're going to count off, and you're going to get the pleasure of reviewing and trying to review and interpret the language, the cursive handwriting of your colleagues. But to look at the Post-its as a group and identify what are the themes, what are the things that consistently are bubbling through in terms of what's important, how we define success. Okay, so I want you to kind of do some sorting and identify those themes. Bonus points if it really emerges and you're like, we can write a quick statement of what this synthesizes, but if you can't and if it's too much, that's okay. Really, I want to make sure we can extract what are the themes of what does success look like for these areas. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. All right. So we'll just count off on 3, and then we will hand them off. And if you want to barter for what you're in, then that's on you. But we want 3 people per group. We're going to do financial stability, housing, homelessness, transportation, infrastructure. Know that we will come back to the other 2 in 2 groups. Okay? Yes.
Where are you supposed to have
What do you mean?
one thing per?
You could do additional Post-its. There was, yeah, that was okay. If you're looking as to why there are more, that was okay. That was
Yeah, I thought
permitted.
you said there was only one.
One idea per Post-it.
Oh, per Post-it, okay.
Right. Yeah,
So could you repeat what we're doing?
absolutely.
We're going to count off.
We are going to count off into 3 groups. And then each group is going to be assigned a focus area to review the Post-its and identify what are the common themes that come through the Post-its in terms of what success looks like.
Moving our lens and interpreting what's in front of us.
That's exactly right. Ding, 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 gold star. I have gold stars. I should
I
bring
don't
them
even
out. Okay, so let's do a count off.
Especially since
So we're going to go.
Uno.
Ooh, okay, we're doing it in Spanish. Uno.
Next one.
Next one. 2, 3, 1, 2. All right. So group 1, I'm just going to go in the order we have here. It would be financial stability. Okay, so that's the one you're going to work on. Jen's going to take pictures of all the Post-it, all the little, never mind, she's done that already because she's lickety split. So go and take a look, read through the comments, have a conversation, and you're going to be reporting back on the themes that emerge. Group 2, you have housing and homelessness. So you're going to take a look at the Post-its that are there. Same process. Group 3, you get transportation infrastructure. Same idea. Okay? Yeah, we might want to give you some more space. If you want to use additional wall space, you can.
Housing and homelessness, come with me.
All right, we need to give them, oops, I'm sorry, give markers. We need to give them some markers to write their themes on.
They have their own markers here.
I also have some that are bigger if we want any of them.
They've got these guys.
Okay. Do you want to open them or just use these?
You can, but then people are touching your markers.
All right. You guys get first dibs on a color to write down the themes on your, after you've sorted them.
Oh, someone else needs to do that.
That's okay, just pick a color. Just pick a color.
Okay, we're gonna go purple.
All right, purple, you're purple.
Oh, we write it on here?
All right, you guys pick a color that you want to write your themes on the flip charts after you're done. All right, here, pick a color for how you want to write the themes after you're done.
Oh, we're writing
Yeah.
on here?
Yeah, you can sort them, you can move them all around, whatever's going to be helpful, and then the key themes at the bottom.
Do today? Cute.
That is actually really cute. You guys should take a picture. Yeah. Dang, I wish I would have. I have stripes. I could brought stripes. You have the color memo.
If anybody. outfitted the rest of the group. I have basically that shirt times 7. Like I keep buying it and I'm like, I just like this shirt. Like, apparently I want to look like I'm in jail.
I enjoy stripes. I do. Yeah.
My stripey kind of day, dressed down a little bit in this.
Stripes mean dress down? Okay.
Well, this shirt.
Gotcha. Can't tell. It was with jeans and no jacket? Yeah, that's fine.
Everyone else is wearing jeans.
Yeah. It's okay. If it was a Saturday.
But we're just talking about, this is good to get them up and.
So for the record, we've now eaten almost all of the power in that box. It's down to 15. So at some point, maybe when we have lunch, you will want to have them plug it back in.
Okay.
Apparently our laptops broke very.
Let's see where we are. I'm pretty full.
Yeah.
That won't be a problem. When it's full, I have like 8 hours, 10 hours.
Here. So if you make changes, that's.
Good.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I want, actually.
good.
Yeah, I want everybody to see those changes. Yeah. Thanks.
Supports first. I think this one supports first. I feel like that feels.
All right, I got a crack at it. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Fully support Vision Zero, reducing bike deaths to zero, improve and maintain roadways, bike paths, and sidewalks, prioritize and invest in infrastructure, a complete transportation system that should support all users and not be deferred.
Oh, is that one big thing?
It is, and then we,
But the-
Zero is all road users, not just bikes.
that's why Vision Zero, M-dash, reduce bike deaths to zero.
Pedestrians.
Okay.
I think that we should not be specific.
Mm-hmm.
Reduce deaths to zero?
Reduce
Vision Zero implies that we're reducing deaths to zero. That's
To
the whole
us.
point.
That's okay.
That's right, like, if you were to survey 500 Eugenians what Vision Zero is,
We need to rename it,
Fair.
eight of them
You're
might.
using my argument against me. I got it.
but it should be
Reduce bike and pedestrian.
reduce roadway deaths.
Roadway deaths. That's good. That's good. I mean, technically, it's roadway deaths and injuries.
Roadway deaths to zero.
It
Vision
is
Zero.
helpful to keep it up, because then you can define it, and with what you're doing is helpful.
Do you want one statement or multiple statements?
So two things. So the first is, if you can just like on here, what are the topics, the themes that emerged, right?
Just like, is one word enough?
What was did I get too weedy?
No, this is step 2. This is good.
Okay.
No, so if you're like, you had a focus on pedestrian, on safety. Yes, a theme is safety. You also have infrastructure maintenance, right? So if investment in infrastructure
In purple.
maintenance, then I'm wrong.
All this, then.
You know, it's. Do we need a quick break before we report out on these, or are we good with reporting out and then taking a quick break?
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm in
Okay,
the wrong
report out and then we'll take a quick stand up, refuel, whatever. Okay,
Unless somebody has to go.
right, and if they do, that's fine too. No one's locking anybody
Get in
in.
the way of nature.
No,
This
definitely
isn't
not.
an EST training.
Yeah. Okay. Now we'll just go to the order we have on the wall.
Goldfish? Oh,
I was going to have them share the themes. Big buckets. We don't need the solutions, just the buckets.
That's one of the challenges of this group is that program for years.
So far, they're down.
into How to get to
Yep.
the right step. So it's hard to step back.
It's not,
Take a picture.
you're not unique to this group. That's fine. It's okay. Okay.
Break time?
We're going to do a report out, then we will break. And if you need to take care of business before that, you do you. Okay.
I have full confidence in the mayor's ability to describe what you're
No responsibility to remember whatsoever.
Okay. Here's what
Maybe a little further down the road.
here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through each of these, and I'm going to invite either the whole group or one person as spokesperson to share what you saw in terms of themes, like what were on the Post-its, what were the things that gave rise to either the groupings you have or the statements you developed, all right? And so a little bit of overview on those. So we're going to start off with financial stability, since that's the first one on our list. No order of preference here, just going here. Who from group one would like to share, and you can come over here if you want to, or you can do it from where you're sitting. But what were on the Post-its? What did you see? And then how did that translate, in this case, into a statement?
Sorry, I finished chewing.
I saw it.
This was fairly simple because a lot of the Post-its said basically very similar things. So Jenny, could you just scooch back so I can read? We created a statement, a theme statement, build a long-term vision for financial stability across budget cycles that meets our strategic vision and service delivery within our means.
Couldn't hear all your words.
Read it, Mike.
So the statement that resulted from review of it really it leads up to the vision of what you want to accomplish. So it starts off by build a long-term vision for financial stability across budget cycles meeting strategic vision and service delivery within means. And so it's the within means that's sort of the mic drop, what we want to make sure we're doing over time. Is that fair? Is that?
Are we discussing
We are
the?
discussing.
Okay. I feel like I don't feel like that captures
Okay.
what I had on my sticky and what I saw on some other folks' stickies,
Tell us.
which was, when I see service delivery, like, obviously, we have to have a balanced budget, so we have to have service delivery within means.
Yeah.
But the way that I interpret that is that's almost a limiting vision that's saying that we are going to deliver the service that we have the means to deliver. Several of the stickies, including my own, I got the vibe that it was more sort of investigate how we are able to deliver the services that our community wants and kind of finding the means to do that. And so I feel like it's a little bit of a different spin, and I feel like this one to me comes across as sort of a cut kind of vibe, as opposed to a how do we create stability and be able to deliver the services our community is expecting of us. And so I think that's.
That was the intent with the meeting strategic vision, is that we have our goals that we would like to fund. We're trying to fund those as best as we can within our means.
Could it be maybe aligning available resources with services, and maybe that's a little softer?
Yeah, I think there definitely needs to be something in there about being able to provide the services our community wants from us. Because that maybe isn't captured within the strategic vision.
Well, and maybe, and I see you here, maybe it's the word community needs to be in here someplace, right?
If we raised our budget by 50%, it would still, we'd be living within our means. So we weren't putting a qualifier on how much we're bringing in. It's just, whatever we have to work with at the end of the day, that's what we need to build our service delivery system around.
The people that say you need to live within your means don't mean that. They mean don't raise any more revenue. That's what that means to them. So that's kind of the trigger for me. I think that's what Eliza's talking about too.
Right.
So, because it's a buzzword as opposed to.
Sure, no, I get that. I'm just saying kind of where our thought process was putting this together.
Yeah, and again, going back to what Jennifer said, it's community will read this. And what are they going to?
I like the way you had it.
Like,
For me, the issue
Mike.
with, sorry?
Mike.
All
I tried
right.
to help.
I like the way it was initially, and I understood your point of view, but I think we know that we have a structural problem. And if we want to solve for the structural problem is expenses are growing faster than revenues. So I would hope that our strategic goal in that area is find a way for expenses never to exceed revenues, or the other way around, revenues to grow sufficiently to meet and surpass expense needs. I don't know, but I don't need to wordsmith it, but that seems to capture that, but I don't want to get too far away from that basic reality that we're solving for, which is our expenses are growing faster than our revenues. What do we do about it long term?
well, and part of it is the approach, and this is a helpful conversation. And so, you're expanding the pie to meet need,
Right.
or you are, using the resources you have based on, to meet those needs. It's a balance. It's both sides of the ledger. But I think that some of the language that speaks to community need, community priority might help to broaden it to make it accessible. Is that?
Yeah, I think that I think Mike's correct. Like, I agree with that. We need to look at how do we address that broader structural revenues are not growing at the same rate of expenses. I think some of it is that maybe this particular statement, I think Alan made a good point that like some of these terms are used as sort of catchphrases or buzzwords that have specific meanings that I'm not sure is the meaning that was intended. I do think having more in there about sort of the community needs and meeting those community needs. And I think alternate language for service delivery within means like having a balanced budget, something like that. Just because I think, Alan, your point about it being sort of a loaded term,
Well,
I
and
think
achieving
is,
financial sustainability and addressing the structural budget deficit are things that we've talked about, right? And so maybe it just needs to be explicit with that.
Well, by law, we have to have a balanced budget. So there's no point in putting that up there, I think. And I kind of like what Mike was talking about, which is the financial stability challenge is meeting the structural problem. And so it's the long-term vision for sustainability that addresses the long-term long-term structural problem that's created by the state, and that you have two choices: you can make cuts or you can raise revenue.
Right. But incorporating that structural piece, of course, yeah.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry, I interrupted. I was just going to say, if it were just me, okay, thank you. If it were just me, for example, I would call success looking like finding a way to grow our revenue stream faster. Or, and that doesn't mean, to me, to increase taxes, for example, on the people who already live here. It's finding new ways to add to the pie. That's what it means to me, okay? So that you can have revenues meet expenditure projections.
Yeah, I agree with that, except if you're talking about both short-term and long-term, because the problem is the short-term. The long-term fix is more economic development, getting more businesses here that create more revenue, but that is not a short-term budget strategy. It's just impossible to get that much development in place to come up with the $10 million that we need to balance our budget. You need $2.5 billion worth of development.
Does that mean long-term doesn't get done?
No, you do
No,
both.
you make steps
Absolutely do
along the way
both.
to get
It's
there.
short-term and long-term.
Okay, Matt and then the mayor.
I am so thrilled to hear my friend and colleague talk about the need for growing revenue. Yes, 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 and yes, I am picking up what other colleagues are putting down about the statement, or the way this statement closes. The clause, service delivery within our means, is not articulated in any one of those Post-its. I don't think it's necessary to memorialize that because of the aforementioned triggers. But if you go back and look at our potential strategic goal areas that you shared with us yesterday, there are pieces that aren't enumerated in front of us, including but not limited to the revenue options, which is not articulated here, and exploring service delivery alternatives. And I want to be really clear, I'm not advocating for outsourcing, but there are not-for-profit and for-profit partners who can do some of who can deliver some of the services in a way that might reduce our costs. And that I don't see that piece articulated in this statement. So I do want to give this group credit, though, because this might be the most challenging of all the buckets in front of us today to synthesize from. First of all, it's so challenging just to put it on right here. So I give credit and kudos to that financial stability team, but that's one. I see we have two left over. I think this one could use a revision.
We want the conversation. We don't have to land the plane entirely today. The conversation, we will bring back kind of a version that reflects what the conversation we're having. Mayor, you had a comment too.
Just thinking that picking up on Councillor Kaczynski's observations about this description and what Councillor Zelenka shared, we know we have to balance our budget. And I think the aspect of this that could be important to emphasize is that we're meeting or we're advancing a strategic vision and we are addressing community needs, that we're doing these things at one time while we build a long-term vision for financial stability. So I would be comfortable with it just being simpler and shorter and emphasizing that there's a strategic vision and there's also the continuous context of community need that we are having to respond to at the same time as we are building a long-term vision for financial stability across budget cycles.
And the stability may require different approaches, right? And that maybe that's relative to revenue, maybe that's how services are being provided, the partnerships, the other things that you had a comment.
I think it is so hard to know exactly the right way to approach this task when you don't know exactly how it's going to be used later. So like there is so much grace for that. Right now, if you want, a way to think about this that might be helpful is what is it we're trying to achieve, not how are we going to achieve it. And things like alternative service delivery or enhanced revenue options or anything like that is the how that is a later step. But first is what are the goalposts?
What does this look like?
Why would we be doing those things?
I think that's what I was trying to get
Yeah.
to, that we are advancing a strategic vision and meeting community needs.
Right.
We are doing those things, hopefully, all the time.
I think addressing that exactly. What about build a short-term and long-term vision to address our structural financial problem?
That sounds like an action though, right? So how do you translate that into the
If we
statement?
build that long-term and short-term vision, that's success.
Right.
What it is TBD.
Can you read the second part of what you wrote down also?
Build a short-term and long-term vision to address our structural financial problem.
So to me, that's the nugget of what success looks like, that you have addressed that long-term
Yep.
bound,
As long as
right?
you come up with a plan
Right.
or a vision.
Right, and that absolutely. And so when we start thinking about what are we working on, that can be an action. It's like we need to create a strategy, a plan that is going to accomplish that, right? And so that's
Maybe strategy is a better word than vision.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more hefty, but.
Yeah. Okay, we have a couple hands. I had you here first, and then I got you next.
I think one of the pieces that we're missing in this conversation are, what are the benchmarks that we need to achieve in order for us to be able to clearly define how we're making progress toward that vision? And the ultimate question for me is, and like I said, I've done this with students over the years, and I've always have said, tell me what your life is going to look like in 15 years. Cut it out of a magazine, draw it on a paper, whatever the case may be. What are we going to have in Eugene that we can point to that we said that we were starting this 15 years ago, and this is what we have now? It's what we did with MX, with bus rapid transit. We put out a situation where we said we were going to build 61 miles of this particular system. It's going to be, new, it's innovative compared to what has been out there before. It has flexibility, all of those kinds of things. But we knew what we were shooting for. We knew what the kind of vehicles were going to look like. We knew where this was going to go, and then we had to make some adjustments based on political realities to get there. But again, we're in the same boat. What are we going to have, and what is it going to look like?
Right. Yes. And so what you're describing, I asked Jen to put up on a flip chart the interconnectedness of these pieces. What we're doing right now is we're trying to say, if we have been successful, what does that look like? Well, we now no longer have a structural deficit. We are meeting community needs within the resources we have available. However we get there is that strategy, right? Those are the things you're going to be focused on and doing. So we want to state that, which leads us, well, pardon me?
That's later.
Right, which is the next step, exactly, which leads to, okay, well, what are we going to do? What are the strategies we need to
We
pursue?
come back to it, we say, that's what we're doing.
Right, we're going to create a vision or a long-term plan to address it. We're going to advocate for change at the state level to help out. I mean, we have things we might want to be working on. That's the how we're going to pursue these things. That's the next step. And then, importantly, it's like, well, how do we measure our success? How do we know if what we have decided is important if we're doing that? And maybe that comes through your credit rating. Maybe that comes through, you have to have a balanced budget, so it's not just that, but there are ways to tie that in. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a couple of things here. One is there's a quantifiable way of measuring where we're going successfully, but there's also a qualitative piece to this that resists those kinds of metrics or structures. It's like what people have said for years. I don't know what beauty is, but I can tell you what it looks like when I see it.
Right. Yeah, and what we're trying to do is just to describe
Close.
what we're aiming for. And I know that you had a comment as well.
Yeah, I think some of it for me is that we've morphed into kind of like very strategic plan language, which can tend to be sort of fuzzy and not concrete, and I'm much more of a concrete person. And so I feel like, for me, the kind of concrete sort of goal measure of success is to have a budget meeting where we are talking about where we can invest instead of where we have to cut. And that's, I think, that where I kind of see that being, that's the goal, that's how I know we've succeeded, is we're not having the same, okay, are we gonna close this? Are we gonna get rid of that conversation? Are we not gonna invest where we need to invest? Not having that conversation again is how I would see success.
Great, that's helpful. Okay.
Problem with that is that that's never going to happen because of the structural problem that we have.
Well, if we get there, we'll fix the structural problem.
Oh, okay, then I'll buy it.
So let's pause on this one. I think we could spend the remainder of our time circling around this, but because this is instructive conversation. Again, we'll bring back some language that tries to reflect what you've just talked about. And he's laughing because it's like, well, you got a big job.
Good luck, yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. We accept the task.
Challenge, yeah.
Exactly. That's right. But I want to so we put this here just as a reminder as we walk through these others. And I recognize that this is. It may feel unsatisfying for some of the things where you want to get to tactics and what are we going to do and how do we do that? So I'm just want to share that I get that. That's hard. We are trying to just define, in the world, the future state, what does that look like? What is the goal we're aiming for? So let's hear from our next group, which had housing and homelessness. Jen's going to bring that back around. And so. So a reminder, the things you saw on the Post-its and how they showed up in terms of themes, categories, and this is actually maybe helpful because we don't have to get ourselves overly bent on the language of the statement. We'll just hear the themes and we'll talk about those. Make sure that they reflect what's important.
I just tried to summarize those into bullet points, but for the process, what we did was take everyone's sticky notes and try to organize them into categories to see what the big stones, big rocks were, and then look for any of the outliers within that. So, and I'm in real time thinking about what you just said relative to a goal from this work, so I'll come back to that at the end. But the highlights are to accelerate the production of diverse housing types and increase affordable housing production and availability within our community, to address the harms of homelessness through providing appropriate/adequate services and shelter capacity. There was a series of points about increasing the production of housing at the median income level to ensure that both renters and first-time home buyers have an access point into our market. There was also a point on this series that had to do with economic development and increasing wages. So that's a bullet to move over to another conversation. And then also effectively using data on vacancy and median prices to track progress. There were a couple of sticky notes about vacancy rates and increasing vacancy rates as they relate to an indication of a likelihood of a high degree of homelessness across a city. So those were the kind of big 5 categories that we sorted into. Some of them are goals, some of them are strategies. I would say the goal would be to accelerate the production of housing and mitigate the harms of homelessness, if you were trying to distill it down into one really simple statement, but there were a lot of different points made by the body to support that.
Which is great, and that's, like I said, that's the place we go to. And so hearing all of those, what I hear is a lot of strategy. What do we want to do? What are we going to focus on? Increasing housing stock. Mitigating the harms of homelessness. I'm paraphrasing, not very appropriately. Those are the things that you can see as, all right, how do we do that, right? And how are we driving those? but the goal is that you have created, read the last part you said. You just had a nice synthesizer.
Accelerate production of housing and mitigate the harms of homelessness.
Okay, and so that leads us with an action of accelerating. The statement from there is that you have adequate, right, housing that meets the needs of residents. And so it's aspirational, I get that. And that's where the linkage between the future vision you want to create and then the things you want to focus on, the strategies, which are all enumerated there nicely, are the things that you're working on, right? And those are the things that you are making progress toward, and some maybe come into play sooner than others, right? Depending on what you're focused on and where current service levels reside. But that's the linkage between the two. Are there reactions on the categories and what was summarized?
I'm guilty as anyone else. Yeah,
That's what he's guilty of.
I'm guilty as anyone else of the following thing, which is my opinion of what I saw there, being in that group, is that you asked us to draw a picture of Happy Land. And all of us drew a picture of the road to Happy Land.
Yeah.
And not what Happy Land looks like.
And what I will say is that's okay. And that is perfectly fine. We need to know what is the path you want to take in order to be able to start to define what it looks like. And so that doesn't concern me, and it's natural that that's going to be, you're going to focus on those things. That's why we want to hear, that's part of the exercise, is that to understand what are the things that are on your mind that you want to work on. It's helpful to create Happy Land.
And I think the natural inclination for highly productive, action-oriented human beings is to identify what's my next action.
Absolutely.
What's the next step I have to take? The challenge and what staff see over the course of time is when we're only talking about action, we don't know what the finish line necessarily is, or there might be a slightly different finish line for different people, and if we're taking this action, it precludes that, and it just sort of snowballs. I will say, as I look at this board, there are some Post-it notes that do speak to what Happy Land looks like. And by the way, I'm going to use that at like every retreat
You're welcome.
I
You
use
can
from
have
now on.
a small feet,
Right?
but.
But yeah, that will be part of your alternative revenue sources. I see sufficient affordable housing, right? You have enough, and regardless of exactly how it's wordsmithed, like what's interesting to me is that was interpreted as how do we get there? There's an action that gets us there. But the Post-it said sufficient affordable housing. There was a Post-it that said there are less vacant homes and more affordable housing options. Those are what Happy Land looks like, kind of ideas. And as naturally inclined, action-oriented human beings, you already started solving for X, like how do we get there, right? And so you've got it. It's in there, I'm pretty sure.
I'll add that there's another note up there that is maybe part of also the getting there and especially the Happy Land vision, which is about development pattern. And there is a connection in that work to a lot of the near-term and strategic work that this body will be doing around planning for urban growth strategies and strong neighborhood centers and our transportation planning work in the coming years, climate-friendly and equitable communities integration. And that is actually probably could be used as some of the clearest inputs to draw a picture of what it looks like to have a community where we have abundant housing options and all of the harms of homelessness have been mitigated, and we're working towards a functional zero outcome. But that's not sure how to pull that into this conversation, and it's more a discussion topic than what did we see on the sticky notes and how to bucket them.
No, I mean, I think what you have just described is when you have the vision, right? When you can kind of articulate what you're aiming for, what you're striving for, there are things that as the elected body you want to prioritize and focus on. There are also lots of things that are happening in the organization that are going to contribute to these goals, right? And so some of those other areas that may not, bubble up into the conversation here are things that can still communicate how we're working toward affordable housing, or whatever, however we define that. And so that alignment piece is really instructive when we can define what we're shooting for. And by having some clear kind of bullseyes we're shooting for, and not just everything in our strategic goals, it allows that focus. And so that's the true value in strategic planning, is we're saying, where do we want to go, but then how does everybody get aligned to that? And it's, it is messy, and that's okay. And I think that working through this and thinking about, as you're evaluating, budget proposals, you can say, well, we want to make sure we don't lose momentum on the affordability of housing in our community. It's a strategic goal for us. Okay, well, what are the things that are being proposed? Is it going to get in the way of that? Or does it help move it forward, right? And so that's the lens you can bring to the budget conversation as it relates to these, what feel like broad, lofty goals, if that helps. Comments, reactions? All right, let's hear from the next group. So we have transportation and infrastructure. And then we will take a break. Get Jen some time.
Thank you to Councilors Ye and Kaczynski for the collaboration in this group. We were able to synthesize council's input to 5 rocks or buckets, and then we made an action statement. You can take it or leave it. But safety, maintenance, supporting all users, plan for future growth, and reduce deaths to 0, with a little artwork. Nod to Julie. Thank you. You inspired us. What does success look like?
Let Julie do it,
We totally should have let Julie do it. Success looks like a community that fully supports Vision Zero, reducing roadway deaths to 0. A community that prioritizes improving and maintaining our roadways, bike paths, and sidewalks. A community that prioritizes and invests in infrastructure, a complete transportation system that should support all users and not be deferred.
Okay.
And not be deferred.
I'm curious on the Post-its and in your conversation within transportation and infrastructure, because we lead with transportation, it puts your head there, right? And I'm wondering if there were Post-its, or if there is any discussion around related infrastructure or other infrastructure, or even technology.
So there were definitely some that were very focused, Post-its that were very focused on traffic and transportation. But we did interpret, there were a few on here that was like reduce maintenance backlogs. And another one that's really far away, I can't read it verbatim, but that we definitely got sort of a vibe that it wasn't just roads, sidewalks, it was all, we discussed wastewater systems as being part of that full infrastructure picture. So when we talk about maintenance and planning for future growth, that is including non-road, both road and non-road infrastructure.
Great. Okay, great. Mike, you had a comment?
Kind of got to it at the end there, which is, I know my Post-it that I put on that particular area was really about the rest of the stuff that isn't roads, about the infrastructure of readiness for our economy to grow, land development, land availability.
Kind of the future, anticipating growth and future needs. Alan?
Yeah, the statement came across as being too transportation focused,
Yeah.
as opposed to all the other things. There's so much more to infrastructure that makes a city work,
Yeah.
like than the roads. There's all sorts of the modes, but also the wastewater, the water, the electricity, the garbage collection, all of those kinds of systems that we have that are infrastructure that are the purview of government.
Right.
Is what that meant to me.
Okay, great. Greg?
No, same thing along the lines of what Alan said. I mean, when we're talking about housing development in certain areas like Crow Road, we had no infrastructure there. So we had to go to the state in order to get, the resources and the money to invest in that infrastructure. The same thing is in my ward, in Bethel, in other parts of Eugene, and parts which we have designated for residential growth that has the potential to have residential growth like the LCC basin, but we have no infrastructure. So that just
The whole readiness piece.
the whole readiness piece, you know, is there on the map. We've said it, we've articulated it, this is what we want to do in 2037, but we don't have the means to get to 2037 yet.
So that future focus within infrastructure is what you're talking about, and anticipating growth, future need, changes perhaps that will need to be addressed. And so that can be an important part of your defined success, is that you're not just reacting, right? You're proactive in pursuing what the future needs are going to be.
Well, and you talk about how, you know, how do you define that within the context of where we are with our traditional partners, the things that we've been able to move, you know, major projects on, we haven't been able to move that without partnership with the federal government and or the state government in a lot of respects, because with transportation, for example, with LTD and the MXs, we wouldn't have been able to build MX if we had to come up with our own local match. We didn't have it. We got the local match from the state. That's how we have built it so far. Now the dynamics and the formulas have changed on the federal level. It's no longer 80-20 split. Now it's more like a 50-50 split, and we have to compete with other communities.
So you're describing the problem that has to be solved, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, the dynamics have changed, the wherewithal to do this has changed, and so that becomes part of what you're going to have to incorporate in your strategies of what you're going to do, because the landscape has changed fundamentally in some of the access to resources.
Yeah, what happens when our federal partner either retracts or recedes their original commitment?
Right.
And in some cases, that commitment just flat out disappears.
And so this translates into how the organization has to respond. We still want to be clear about what we're seeking to accomplish. The methods, the means to get there, will have to iterate. They're going to have to evolve based on the current operating landscape. And so that kind of shifts, that's the dynamic and the relationship back between staff and council in terms of, you know, give them permission to go figure out some solutions to bring back. This is what we want to do. We want to plan for the future. We want to be ready so that we can invest in economic development or future housing or be ready for those things. What's it going to take? You know, give us some guidance. Because we want happy land, right? Mayor.
I think this topic is particularly interesting because there's so many overlaps that connect to the other strategic focus areas in this area of work, and the fact that it's pulled out as separate, I think really is a way of highlighting the fact that this is a huge area of work within the city of Eugene. It is larger than I think most people within the community realize, because we touch infrastructure and we just presume that it has always been there and it will always be there and it's magically continuing to work. And when it doesn't, we hear about it immediately. Right. So that I just wanted to observe. I also think this category, interestingly, has the opportunity to carry a lot of the collective will of the body and the public, in that there's so much influence that the city has in this category related to economic development, housing production, and climate action. This is a huge lever relative to those other goals. And I think that the framing, may have pushed us into thinking about it very tightly to transportation. But in terms of a goal, I think that and this is why I also say overlap with other categories, because a thriving, livable community is going to have opportunity and a diversity of wages and entry points to different career options, and is also going to have great park infrastructure and options for active transportation and reliable power and water, all sorts of other things. So just wanted to say that aloud, because I think that this category actually captures or braids together some issues that we sometimes discuss as being separate, but that I actually see as being very tightly connected to each other.
The success here contributes to the success in other areas, is kind of what you're describing. That's great. Okay. Go ahead, Mike.
Super helpful feedback. I really appreciate the conversation, because you're not wrong. It was very transportation heavy, but at least from my vantage point, like my my Post-it is the one with the other shoddy cartoon, the fewer bike deaths. We've had 4 bicycle-related deaths in this community in the last year. That's unacceptable. There's a reason why multiple counselors put 0 bike deaths, safety concerns, Vision Zero goals realized. So I would, yes, and encourage inserting the infrastructure pieces that you all articulated so well without detracting from the need to highlight that Vision Zero piece. When we distilled this, we intentionally bookended our rocks with safety and reduced deaths to 0. So yes, and I think we can embrace both, but you're right, we somewhat failed on delivering the broader infrastructure piece, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention the bicycle deaths in our community and the dire need to be at a Vision Zero mark for success.
Okay. All right. Let's take a deep breath, take a little break. We're going to come back and we're going to tackle the last 2 of these and kind of see where those take us. And then just foreshadowing, so depending on where we are with time, we do have lunch that's coming in. We have until 1:30. So I think we'll have some time to at least start to identify some of the key things to prioritize within the next couple of years. We may do, we'll see how far we can get, and we'll bring them back. Landing these conversations is really helpful. So I just want to say gratitude for the engagement and the conversation is really helpful. So let's take 15, so you can do whatever you need to do. We'll call it 20 after now, so 25 till we'll come back. Sound good?
That sounds great. Thank you, everyone. The Eugene City Council will now take a 15-minute break, and we will be back at 11:35 a.m. Thank you. back to the July 1st, 2026 workshop at the Eugene City Council, and I'll turn things back over to our team with Rep. Tellis.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a similar activity, conversation, but on the two remaining focus areas. So we're not talking about organizational excellence today because we're going to leave that to the organization, to staff, but community safety and thriving livable community. I had to because it's happy end. So we're going to use this next time to go and look at the post-its that you already have created relative to these. But sort of with the end in mind of what we've just been talking about, we're going to ask you to go and take a look at those, identify, again, what are the themes that emerge that sort of stand out to you, doing some sorting, and starting to think about what is that future statement, that future vision you're aiming for. And so we'll be in two groups this time, so a little bit larger group for you to talk through these elements and then come back. And as you come back, you can certainly continue to eat your lunch and enjoy that as well. And so we'll work through this part, and then we're imagining based on time, we will be bringing these back. I turned it on. No, I didn't turn it on. Oh, shoot. I thought I did. Sorry. So I don't have to retread, right? Okay, good. So after we do that and we kind of work through what success looks like and how we define that for each of these two, we will summarize and synthesize, again, asking for permission to bring these back to you July 13th. But we're going to ask you then to give some thought to the next 2 years and what is most important to you. And so given the time we have, we want to make sure we leave with some of that. So I'm foreshadowing. I will restate what we're asking for now. I just want you to be thinking about these two areas in groups and what does success look like. So we'll do a similar count off, but only 1, 2, uno, dos. You can do it however you want. Don't talk with your mouth full, though. You can just say peace. All right. Okay. So ones will work on community safety, and twos will work on thriving, livable community. When you are at a chewing breaking point, you don't want to talk with your mouth full, and new ground rule for y'all. We have community safety where Jen is. The other is farther off to the right, just to give some space for the larger groups. Same activity. Read the Post-its, talk about what stands out, identify those themes, and then bonus points for a draft statement. Sound good?
One is community safety?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And so
community.
So let's do this. Let's try to
all that
work
means,
through those
but-
conversations to resume by noon. Give 20 minutes for that conversation because they're larger groups. If we're ready earlier, that's great, but not going beyond that because I want to make sure there's adequate time for the conversation.
He feels very safe, and that's why he keeps coming back.
I just read one.
This one?
Okay, we solved the world's problems?
Damn straight.
Excellent news. Well, I nominate him to do it, I'm fine with that.
So Mike, you just focus on that.
Looking out for me. What a brother.
We're helping.
I'm going to go ahead and pick it back up for the conversation, because both of the groups kind of worked through the review of the Post-its, identified the themes. So we're going to do some sharing and having some conversation around the goal. And I put back here, over here next to Jen, you are here, right? So we're trying to define what success looks like. What are you aiming for in that area? And we know and appreciate that there are strategies and there are metrics and those other ways to assess how you're doing and guide how you're approaching that. Those are very instructive to what we will ultimately land on. So I want to acknowledge that too. So we will start with community safety to hear what did you see in the Post-its, how did you approach the conversation, and what were the themes that emerged? Who's got the proverbial mic for that? Sure, yeah. Anyone going to share? Oh, Randy's like, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, we basically took what we saw and we broke it into 3 broader categories, recognizing that some of them could have fit really in multiple categories. We broke it down into, the first one was trust, perceptions, and how does the public see what we are providing? How do they feel about it? A lot about feelings. And then the one on the far right was more operational issues of how you operationalize the goals you're trying to accomplish. And it included, of course, the traditional police and fire, but also alternative service delivery and some pieces like that. And then the last one was more about the outcomes, and we were looking at it from a standpoint of measures and what we're trying to accomplish. So it's kind of taking community feelings, building that into the operational piece, and then measures, for lack of a better term. And anyone in the group, if I didn't get that right, please say something.
So in the first category, which is sort of the goal statement category, right, which you have the note there that says trust, belonging, and safety. And so those were the Post-it themes that emerged in terms of what you're aiming for, that you have a community that trusts one another and the organization. People feel safe and they feel a sense of belonging and connectedness, that they feel not disenfranchised from others. That's fair? Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
So is that then, does that describe what you're aiming for? Is that the vision then, with some, obviously, some framing of the words, does that miss anything, or does that feel like it touches on the high level of what we're aiming for? Recognizing that how you operationalize this and how you measure and track performance ties back to that. Eliza, I can see the wheels. That's fine.
It feels a little, and I know we're at a very high level, but it also feels a little, I guess, for lack of a better word, like I'm having trouble sort of saying, what does that actually look like? How do we kind of see what that looks like within our community? Because it is sort of like, okay, we feel safe and trusting, but what is that? What is feeling safe actually?
What does it take to get there?
Yeah, not even what does it take to get there, but what is that kind of safe, like what kind of safety are we talking about? Like where?
And so
It's one of those, we know it when we see it, but it's hard to kind of articulate
Well, and I would ask the group too, for those that identified some of the operationalized Post-it notes, like those are some of the things I think that probably define a little bit of where you're activating on, making people feel safe, belonging, and a sense of safe and security. Again, that's maybe where we start to think about them in terms of how do we define it and how do we make these actionable. So thoughts on some of the Post-its perhaps that were provided relative to those elements, the things you're going to do. What were some of the things you wrote about? Matt?
Yeah, I'm going to criticize myself here because my submissions were more in that operational desire category. Shocking that the paw print and ensuring animal services are prioritized, more dog parks. It was one of my entries, but also I submitted the support for the behavioral health and mental health stabilization and the acute mental health response. And I should have really, I should have started with more of and I don't see it up there, with more of an accountability piece to ensure that community trust exists, or expanding on the accountability piece, both with our independent police auditor and with our law enforcement team and our first responders broadly. This is an unwieldy, massive topic. I appreciate my colleagues for kind of breaking these down to these buckets. But I think they need more in outcomes or more definition in the outcomes and measures category.
So one comment, I see one just real quick. So you said accountability. And so maybe part of what the goal is that you have reliable response. That could be something that would build in, and that could, be in fire and police and in other services, but the reliability and access.
Well, then to that point, the best note on here, I don't know which one of us submitted it, was the right person for the right response at the right time. And if I had to synthesize this whole community safety, trust and belonging, those 3 bullet points really stand out. So kudos to whoever submitted that piece.
I got Randy and then I got Ellen.
I think it comes down to what you're saying this is missing is in the 3rd category in the center. And that's the measures and outcomes. I'm not saying it's well fleshed out at this point, but I don't think any of these are well fleshed out at this point, but they're kind of a starting point to build the full expectations in. But that's, the outcomes and measures is the proof that it is either working or it is not. It's the metrics.
Ellen, you had a comment?
Yeah, I can't read all the little sticky notes, but one of the things that around community safety is the perception and the reality dissonance that we see all the time. Like, let me give you a couple of examples. People fear homeless sites, like the Opportunity Village or the Sunset, the campsites, the organized ones, because they think they create crime. Well, the statistics are actually just the opposite. They're actually safer around those but people's perception is stuck in their own stuff. Downtown is actually barely safe, but we have a perception problem. And there's a whole, and the community is very safe, but people don't feel safe necessarily. And so there's this education component, and I was wondering if that's up there, or if there's a way to where that would fit.
Well, so maybe the 2 things. I think that's great comments. Thank you. So first of all, how you're measuring, maybe you need to measure the combination of perception and crime rates or whatever it might be. And so when you start to talk about tracking results and measuring what's going on, is both sides of the coin help to tell the story narrative, which is the next part, which is, okay, well, how do we tell our story? How do we educate and inform the community? And that might be something that is important across a lot of these, right, in terms of how you are engaging. And maybe that becomes part of the organizational excellence, is that you are communicating and providing data or updates on how things are going. But I think they're all important points.
Yeah, and it's also overcoming the hyperbole that people are using at the federal level to make a political point, when in fact calling out cities for being hellholes when their crime rate and murder rates have dropped for like 10 years in a row and still saying they're horrible. That kind of stuff is
A lot of
helpful.
pressures that are contributing,
Yeah, right.
current context.
Because it's hard to break through all that. No.
Yeah. Eliza?
I want to follow up on something Matt brought up regarding trust and accountability, and feeling like that's not just needing to build trust and accountability between our police officers, our first responders, and our residents, but also how do we build trust and accountability between residents? Because to pick on a different safety topic that we talked about earlier, it's not necessarily that I need to trust that the police are going to pull over everyone who runs a red light in order to feel safe crossing the street. It's that I need to have some trust that our community members are going to be accountable to our rules and not run red lights. And so I think some of how do we improve community safety is how do we improve that sort of community relations where people are taking some responsibility and some working together to kind of beyond just what we as the city are providing or enforcing. How do we build that community where there is that accountability and that sense of spirit between community members, not just between the city and the separate entities.
Right.
And so I think that's a piece of it too. And I don't quite know how to do that, but we're not talking about that right now, so that's fine.
Well, and I think you raise a good point, which is that, there, with strategic planning, goal setting, there are the things that we're going to do. What are we responsible for? What do we have ownership? What can we do as an organization? And then there's, the broader view. Both are important. And so, as we're, this is, again, kind of the bridge for the next couple of years. As you, think about what a next full strategic plan might look like, you'll have to have some conversations around who's the audience and what are we aiming for. Part of this conversation is really trying to understand and recognize the bigger picture, but also think about what is it that the city, capital C of Eugene, is going to focus on over the next couple of years. And so, it's gray in between, but it's also something to kind of keep in view.
Eliza's point's a good one. It's not about education. People know it's wrong and illegal to run a red light. It's that they're not taking responsibility to not do it.
Yeah.
That's a whole different problem.
Right, which we may not
Not an
resolve
education
in a couple of
problem.
years, but it's important to recognize that you don't have complete influence and control over people running red lights, right? But if only. Mayor, you had a comment?
I was just thinking that also based on what Councilor Kaczynski just raised, that with all of these different strategic focus areas, there is a really significant communications and education component to the work that is down in the bullet points supporting each one of these. But I think just the fact that we're taking this time and this intensive effort to put these up as areas of strategic focus, and that is the beginning of telegraphing a lot of different levels of communication and education and enforcement that reinforce these as goals. So I just wanted to make the point that I think that type of accountability and community responsibility that Councilor Kaczynski was just raising is a really beautiful aspirational outcome related to all of this different work. That this is not just the work of the city and of elected officials, but much of the success of the work will come back to how we as a community are also engaging with these same sets of goals.
Well, it's sort of the spirit of collaboration and partnership, which is kind of overarching, is kind of fundamental in a lot of this, and that translates into convening, to communication, to transparency, to all of these things. And as the city is thinking about the organizational excellence and what does that look like, there may be elements of that can find their home in there in terms of how the organization interacts with and supports the community in its own kind of accountability. So we'll get pretty philosophical pretty quick, but I think that it's important lenses to bring for sure. Lindsay.
Yeah, I mean, I want to build on that accountability piece, but it's also where in the world are places with less crime, and it ties to like this happiness quotient, right? If we go back to Bhutan.
Happy land.
Right, but yes, less crime is because we have built a community that is beautiful and accessible, and the people are accountable to one another because they can be, because they do feel safe. And so coming back to that kind of prevention piece, prevention looks so many different ways. It is our beautiful parks that we're making a lot of effort to keep nice and clean for families to come. And it looks like appropriate response in every piece of our system, from our community service officers and our customer service folks at the city level, all the way up to our police and fire, and all of the alternative pieces, response pieces along that way. It's kind of trusting the people that basically, I've gone through a lot of collaborative problem-solving trainings, and it's really this concept of like, people do well if they can, not if they want to, not if they're trying really hard to, not if, there's pressure to. It's if they can. And if they can't, then that's when we see a lot more problems rising. So meeting them back as far down, upstream, whatever the term is, as we can, to be able to create that beautiful, that kind, the safe environment, and then expecting some of the budget language, more costly behaviors down the road to be reduced. So in my value system, that's where I would put so much focus on our budget. If we could still maintain what we needed to address urgent issues, I would be putting every extra dollar into that. Because in the future, that is our long-term financial planning, is to reduce the very, very costly concerns that happen in our community, the big crimes, the big mental health issues, I think of public health in terms of healthy environments where people have a lot of opportunities for exercise, a lot of opportunities for nutritious food, farmers markets. All of these things are going to reduce the number of times that we have to go and save somebody who's having a heart attack, right? So my lens is way, way over here. And we often are in this land way over here addressing the very, very costly things and trying to find more and more revenue to continue in this bucket versus over here. So my happy land is having the ability to put a lot of resources over there. Thank you.
Well, what you've described, I think, in the last couple of comments is sort of as I'm hearing it anyway, the intersection between community safety and being a thriving, livable community, right? And that those two are connected in a meaningful way. And so how those get shaped, how you define those, how you define success, one may hinge on the other in terms of how that shows up potentially. Okay. Other comments relative to community safety? Reactions?
Just a quick one. I think housing and homelessness also fits in with that overlap with community safety. And I do think it's good trying to look at our different categories and where those overlap points are.
That's an excellent point. Well, and I think the braid analogy, Mayor, that you used earlier is a good one with some of these pieces, right? That they weave together. Naming them helps you give focus, but recognizing the interconnectedness.
We can't solve all of our problems that way, but if we can reduce, it changes what our systems might look like in the future.
I just want to point out, part of this, I apologize in advance, is going to be anecdotal, but we've seen a decrease in violent crimes, but an increase in property crimes, and I don't think that necessarily means that the community is unsafe. I've lived at 3 different addresses in more than 20 years I've lived in Eugene. 1 in southwest Eugene and 2 in southeast Eugene, and each one of those residences, my vehicle had been broken into. One of those residences, it happened so many times, I even stopped calling the police about it. I stopped reporting it. And I'm not alone, but this council and this community have encouraged people, if they see something, say something, and it is important to put those on the books so we know where the patterns are and we know that these are happening. So I think the community, this is just gut check. I think the community has responded and has started to report those smaller property crimes more. That doesn't necessarily correlate or translate to an unsafe community. I think that we are safer when we're all accountable and responsible to each other, whether it's running a red light, whether it's reporting a crime, whether it's encouraging others to report what they see. I wanted the data can tell a different story than the reality. And so I just wanted to point out when we're looking at oh, we've already moved on to the next one. That's great. Never mind, my cheat sheet's not there. But when we finally get down to the deliverables and the metrics, I don't want to hearken apples and lizards, but one thing might not mean the other. I just want to be cognizant and aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Click your heels. Okay, so let's hear about the next one then. So we have the Thriving Livable Community. Who's reporting out on that? Okay, she knew.
Yes, we broke it into some categories that we saw. There was a strong focus on library, parks, and cultural services, on recreation, keeping our environment clean and healthy, good customer service at the city with an equity lens, and economic development. And so we created kind of a statement that lists the themes that we saw throughout those. And that is, our community can freely access good jobs, a clean, welcoming environment, recreational opportunities, library and cultural services, good customer service value for their dollar, and a feeling of belonging.
Comments? No comments from this group? Okay.
I feel like that's all, I mean, there's a lot there, maybe all there. I think it's a great summary and gets to a lot of the heart of what we are working towards as a city and as a community every day. Trying to, my personal orientation is to think also about like, how would we see that as, like, where do we need to see attention applied or energy applied in that collection of efforts? And I don't necessarily have an answer, but I think that we're having, really active conversations at council about several of those bullet points, and all of them speak to the need to reimagine or innovate or shift trajectory.
In what way? In what way do they?
To improve circumstances related to job opportunity and wage growth and career paths. And that extends out to the community feedback that we hear around opportunity and careers, but also in education and the quality of that experience and the connectedness of that experience, not just K through 12, but in also post-secondary. I think there's a lot that has to do with accelerating or looking for ways to more quickly retrofit existing environments that aren't supporting some of these outcomes. And so I'm trying to process if there's anything else that needs to be added to this or any kind of additional energy behind it. I don't have an answer. I'm just thinking that there are specific areas that it feels like we are trying to lean in to this work. And I would say, with that environmental stewardship and climate is a big piece of that, and connecting some of these dots, and also the qualitative aspects in the sense of like delivering return on investment that is a multitude of positives for people.
I feel like within this group, there are some places where we have very notable successes and strengths as a city. So I think about our library system, our park system. You know, those are areas that I think we as a city and our community are justifiably proud of because they are amazing assets that our community has. And I think there are other places in this where we could do more than what we're doing now, like such as with the good jobs in the environmental stewardship and the climate. And so I think part of what I see this as, like kind of looking at your point about where we need to focus, is that as we put more emphasis on some of these other areas, we don't want to lose sight and lose places where we are already strong. We don't want to like sort of sacrifice our strengths in order to try and expand areas where maybe we need to do some more.
Well, I think it's important also as a reminder, as we're talking about these kind of longer term aspirational future states, right? That the vision for what you want to create in here, defining them is really helpful so that you can sustain the things that you have, but also work towards what you are also wanting to create with an understanding of the current context. And so we're defining where you want to go, knowing that some of these things may take time. You just don't want to lose sight of of those elements. And so maybe it's maintaining the quality cultural and library services that the residents already enjoy. Maybe it's making improvements. But there will need to be, you know, as you are contemplating budget choices and trade-offs in this next round, you'll have to be evaluating, you know, what's a longer play? What are the things that we are comfortable with kind of, you know, making, you know, slow progress on? What are the things that we really want to accelerate or more actively hold on to when we are evaluating trade-offs and choices? You want to keep the activity and the importance of identifying where you want this to be is that you keep it in view. But I also want to just make sure that there's an element of realism that we can talk about. And as you are working through the results of the analysis of the framework and making budget choices, you're informed by where do we want to go and how do we temper the timing and pacing on some things over other things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think that's great. I think this is really, really good. The only thing for me is that feeling of belonging, is that what that says? Feels a little too squishy for me. I think a thriving community acknowledges inequities in its community and is actively working to address those. And if you're not, I don't think you're thriving. And so I think the feeling of belonging is not quite strong enough to say or to be able to use effectively for
a vision statement.
I think it needs to be more precise at what we're trying to get at. Because if, you know, I mean, I think this is fairly obvious, but if something is a success, but it's only a success for some people, then we're failing. And that's what.
Or you're not as successful. Right.
It depends on your perspective, but we're going to.
If you're going to go big, right, yeah.
But I mean, I think that we need to be very clear about that so that our community understands that that's a lens that we're using.
What you're aiming for, absolutely. Well, I think the earlier conversation, I see, Greg, will come back, is in the community safety, we talked about evaluating through metrics that look at quantifiable metrics and sense of thriving, sense of safety, whatever it might be. And it's the combination that can help to inform where things are. I think that you need to have a little bit of both of those things. Great.
Yeah, I think there's two examples that we brought up that we have to really kind of drill down into. One is the library and the other is the parks. So across the country, most libraries are done on a county or regional basis. Here in this area, we have the Eugene Public Library, Springfield Library, nothing on the county level. And I remember we just got an email, at least I saw one email that came through over the last few days that said, okay, well, we want to form our own kind of library district or whatever the case may be to address the issue of those people who are not annexed into the city, that if you want to be part of the library system, you have to pay to get into the library system. It's not part of your taxes because you're paying, a county base versus a city base. And the same thing with parks. I mean, as was pointed out, by Councilor Clark, you go over to Springfield, you got Willamette Lane, Eugene Parks and Rec, you have River Road parks, and they've got their own pool, and then you have countywide parks. So this goes back to the whole governance issue within the context of how we move forward. Are we going to have to change? Are we going to evolve into a different governance structure to be able to deliver the same level and quality services to our customer base that has or will expand because it has to expand, and we have to figure out a different way of delivering those services, at the same time understanding that we have to get over the governance issues first.
So I think you've nailed right in the sweet spot of how these have to wed together. So if you're saying we expect quality library services for our community, also we have limited resources or ability to deliver to the level of expectation, maybe we need to rethink about how we do this. And that may or may not be where you go, but it's the combination of what do we expect, what do we want, what's our vision for the community, and then the how do you get there. It's going to have to reflect current circumstances, current financial realities, current external pressures that you may or may not have control over. And it's that combination of letting staff kind of look at some solutions to bring to council with the expectation of this is what we're still aiming for. We want to hold on to that.
And I think there's an example in a place where we might not want to go, and that is what happened up in the Tri-County area with land use planning. They ended up creating a metro system of government in order to coordinate the land use issues between the three counties, Clackamas, Washington, and Multnomah. And I don't see that as being an add-on, but it becomes another, body that you have to deal with and you have to coordinate with. And we want to get away from creating new bodies, but we want to be able to maximize what we have currently or consolidate what we have currently in order to provide the best and most efficient governance structure that we can.
Long-term strategy and solution to the resource limitations and the expectations you have for the community. Okay.
Because our resources are going to shrink anyway. I mean, that's very clear all over the map. And like I said yesterday, my daughter-in-law worked for FEMA for 10 years, and the feds are now expecting the state and local governments to take up a lot of these emergency services that FEMA had provided, and we do not have the capacity or capability that the federal government does have to come in and fly in and drop in people and services and food and resources to a disaster area that, either we have partially planned for or we really haven't planned for in full because we are dependent on our partners at the state and federal level to provide, some backup for what we have already on the ground.
Any kind of effective planning is really going to have to factor in the broader landscape and current context. Who are the reliable partners? What are the resources? And so you start to get into, kind of under the hood of how are we going to approach this, and what strategies might we pursue in order to be able to, either leverage or offset challenges that may come from other areas. Okay, Any other comments on the thriving, livable community? Lindsay?
I want to thank Councilor Ye for bringing up kind of the feeling of belonging. I think it's one of the most important there, what all of the others kind of support. In my work, I see the impacts of isolation and not feeling seen and how that impacts just their perception of happiness in general, right? And so for me, the solution of bringing community together really does help. And I mean, we've seen that for a long time. We saw a lot of comments about bringing back Eugene Celebration. And that's such a small thing that what does that represent? It represents a community that embraces that connection and community. And I come from like this really, really small town in Nebraska. It's in the middle of nowhere. And the thing that you cannot do is be hidden there, right? If you only have like 1,000 people in your town, everybody knows you and they know your business, okay? And what does that do is sometimes it's uncomfortable, but you feel seen, right? So how do we, feeling seen means you're not isolated. And these are really simple, basic concepts, but how do we make people and allow people to feel seen even in their differences? And how do we bring that connection into our community? And we've done that in a many variety of ways that have been extremely successful. And some other pressures and challenges have made some of those more difficult. So just thinking of that in a broader sense of how do we, when we're building things, always having that focus on connection and coming together and who is excluded in that and who might not feel comfortable coming to those spaces. Right? We just had Pride this last weekend. Pride, the sponsored march was canceled because they didn't feel safe to do that for the first time in a long, long time. And why, right? How do we dive into some of those issues and ask ourselves, why are people not feeling seen and safe and like they belong in today's city?
There are, there's a lot, right? It's a lot to change the world. It is. There's a lot of change, pressures, circumstances that drive people's experience individually, collectively, as a community. And these are all contextual, right? These are all important things that in the day-to-day of meeting the needs of a community are in mind. They're not easy solutions, but there are things that inform choices. And part of the challenge here is, what can we do, right? Without feeling like there's always going to be more you can do. There's always things that are going to be missing, and there's going to be a lack of resources to address all the needs. Always, and that's hard and uncomfortable. So how do you prioritize? How do you figure out where we, the city, capital C of Eugene, can contribute to the quality of life and to, a thriving community? So it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's hard, and and there are choices and trade-offs that are uncomfortable. And as you continue to figure out, you grow your budget or change your budget, whatever, all of those things, there will be pressures, right? And there will be opportunities for conversations around, what can we do in the near term that doesn't lose sight of the community we hope for our future and for the residents that we serve. So, okay. How are we feeling with all this? Hopefully not overwhelmed.
To be thriving and livable is a lot, and we're working on it.
That's right.
And some of it is acknowledging all of the strengths of our city and our community, and some of it is also leaning into the areas where we have significant work to do and also have big goals that we've set. So it is I think and that's a little bit maybe where we started in this discussion, is that we've captured a lot of our strengths and also being sure that we're applying attention effectively is maybe the other piece.
Right. I feel like the conversation in each of these 5 areas has been nicely framed. Obviously, there's work to do to kind of, synthesize and fine-tune that. But I I do think that there's some clarity around the things that seem to resonate collectively around them. And through all of the posted activities and the conversation, you can start to see some of the strategies perhaps that are going to be of interest to pursue. So I thank you for all that. And remember, we'll come back on the 16th and put fresh eyes and see how that is taking shape. But I think it would be helpful and instructive also, kind of in light of this conversation and in light of the time frame that we now want to bring us back into, which is a 2-year horizon. We unfortunately can't change everything in 2 years. We don't have the resources, capacity, bandwidth, wherewithal. And that's okay. That's okay. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is to take a few minutes and kind of reflect on the whole of this conversation. So all 5 areas, not by, just take a zoom back, right? And if there was one thing that you want 2 years from now, so today is July 1st. July 1st of what does that make? 2028, right? What do you want to feel good about that you've been able to accomplish? What is the one thing, as you imagine all this, that realistically you could pursue? And so I want to take a few minutes and think about that. And that's not easy, I get it. And you're not held to this, but I think to hear from one another about where's your focus? What's your one thing? And let's write that down and we can share that.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
This is big picture, not thriving community.
This is for our conversations today. We've talked about from financial stability through thriving, livable community. I want you to think about.
To confirm, thank you.
Right. What is your one thing that is like you're being your bonnet, like we just got to do this, and maybe a little step that's going to go to something longer, and maybe whatever, right? Did you have a question, Alan? Or you? All this stuff. Yeah, I know. Right? Hard. And this is not saying that nothing else is going to happen. I just want to hear where people are. Like, what's your thing? And it's helpful for Jenny and for staff to hear, like, what's your thing? So take a minute. Don't just like blurt it out, and then maybe write it down on a Post-it, and then we'll share.
Years?
Was that in 2 years? So July 1st, 2 years from now, what are you going to be like? Thank goodness we were able to do blah. Fill in the blank. Feels like Jeopardy. Yeah, why not? We're working on handwriting today. It's good. We're refinding what it feels like to put pen to paper. Abroad. That's good. When you're done, just look up so I know you're ready and still working. That's fine too. Or put your pen down like that, and I'll also know. Nobody likes to pick one thing, but yeah, it's instructive, it's helpful. But it's still one thing? I didn't say one sentence, I said one thing. We try. Finishing up. Anybody remember, this is when you show your age. Anybody remember City Slickers from? Yeah, remember? Your one thing.
True thing.
What's your one thing? What is it? Tell me what it is. But that's for you to decide, right? Such a great clip. That's for you to figure out. That is, yeah, Curly. Yeah. Classic. Right? If you can do it in one word, then I will give you another gold star. Yeah. 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 Maybe even a Raftella Starbucks star. What is it? All right. Are we good? Mary, you good? All right. And I want, when you share your one thing, so we're going to capture some notes over here. Julie's going to capture them, but we'll take these also just because it's helpful. But I really want everybody to hear each other and kind of where we are. So who is brave and wants to not start us with a run-on sentence to get started? Still done. Okay. Do you want to go first, Matt?
It's broad.
Give it to us.
Invest in services that make Eugene shine.
What? Okay, what does that
Woof.
What does that mean? How do you know if that's happened?
Based on the feedback that we've received over the last 2 days, I would submit that includes but isn't limited to parks, beautiful spaces,
That's
building
not one
new
thing.
affordable housing.
That's
right?
not one thing.
One thing.
One thing.
One thing.
What shines?
What shines?
What is in Eugene that is shining 2 years from now that you are proud of? Because you invested and did all the other things in your sentence.
Come back to me.
You got it. Totally. That's fine. It's harder than that. All right, who's next?
I'll go. Adequate funding for climate action, homelessness, housing. And it is one thing because I put it in a work session poll 2 years ago as one thing.
Today is a new day. You got a new sheriff in town.
Magically makes it so.
All right, wait, I want to hear it one more time and I want to explore that.
Adequate funding for climate action, homelessness, housing.
Okay, if you had so we're going to come back to you also. If you had the one shiny thing.
They're connected to me, so they're not, I'm not going to let you do that.
You know, okay, that's fair. You can.
It's a thing.
Okay. I got you guys.
Fewer people living on the streets
Okay.
by investing.
Okay. That's fine.
Says,
No, he got it. He got there. That's good. Okay.
You want me to continue?
Nope.
Oh, just.
see, that's the thing. I knew he wasn't
No,
done.
she's going out full Austin Powers. Zip, zip.
I knew he wasn't done.
All right.
Survey says,
No, but that provides focus, right? You want fewer people living on the streets, and how you do that, all the things, like okay, yes.
I've got notes.
I know. Okay.
Thank you.
mine merged, in all fairness, I'll cop to it, mine merges two into one,
We do have a pattern. We're consistent.
right?
Okay.
Financial sustainability through adequately available housing.
I need to understand more. Tell me more.
Well, I think one is a very large part of the solution to the other.
Sustainable housing.
Building enough housing in our community will go a long way to giving us financial stability.
So that's your one thing, right? So investing in building additional housing for all the other things. Is that?
Sufficiently to do both, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to drill it, and I'm not trying to be mean and to
No.
parse things, but I want to get in, what
It's
is
the
it?
financial stability, which if, you know.
right? But you have a method, like you're focused on one thing. So 2 years from now,
Yeah.
you want to see some evidence of movement in the housing market because you know that's going to address the financial stability. That's
And
what,
vice versa, financial stability, because, yeah.
all right. We got a good one?
I think it's good.
Yeah, good.
It's one very specific thing.
Good, perfect.
We have landed 2 major employers providing 2,000 new living wage jobs, placing us on the path towards COE financial stability.
City of Eugene, COE, right. Okay, very specific. So we're focusing, so read that first part again? Sorry. Uh-oh.
We have landed 2 major employers providing 2,000 new living wage jobs. That's the first part.
Yeah, okay. So we're focused on bringing in sizable new business, and that's going to translate into other outcomes.
It translates into several other things. More of towards a stabilized budget. It's not going to fix everything. But the other half of affordable housing is living wage jobs, which we have a dearth of right now.
Yeah, okay. No, that's good. All right, Jill.
Mine is tell our story.
Okay, oh, that,
What?
all right.
Tell our story. I wrote more, but I feel like.
She's a quick study. Okay, so, and that touches with everything, right? So how you are showing up with residents, how you are keeping people connected and transparent on all the things you're working on. Tell it, not losing sight of that. Okay,
Years ago, yeah.
fresh blood. Greg.
So mine is, welcome to Happy Land.
Thank you, brother.
Economic development.
Okay.
That's it. You know, unless we are building a strong and resilient private sector, which we haven't done since the 80s when the timber industry tanked and all of those guys went in and got involved in commercial real estate. We need to be able to pivot to a more diversified economy. And I think that's, when I talk about economic development, that's what I'm looking at. A more diversified economy. We need family wage jobs to come out of that. And that will also relate to having people pay more into the property tax pool from, you know, buying houses, building businesses that are going to help balance our imbalance between our profit sector and our nonprofit sector. So it's welcome to Happy Land, Eugene, Oregon.
All right, so the focus on economic development, building a diversified economy, making progress in that for a long-term set of outcomes that you've illuminated. That's great. Okay. What's that?
That's 3 things. Well, we could smush them into one.
The focus
You
on
can smush
diversified
them into
economy is what I
one.
heard. Yeah, in terms of a one thing. So making steps to diversify. Eliza.
So my one thing was the financial stability piece, because I feel like there are lots of different ways we can get there that are up on those boards, and there are lots of things up on these boards that would be substantially easier and more achievable if we had that financial stability. And so that's where I want to see it's as a groundwork for being able to do all of these other things we want to do. We working on that financial stability.
Well said. And some of these things we already talked about, the interconnectedness. Some of them really are a build to, right? The future state you want to create. So focusing on economic stability, investing in kind of local economy, thriving areas, telling the story of where you are and where you want to go. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Finalizing implementation of governance for fire and ensuring appropriate funding levels so that we can have the right person, the right response, the right time.
Now we know who wrote the Post-it earlier, the one you were mentioning. Okay, so the one thing is to complete the fire governance work that is underway. And so that's, 2 years from now, to be able to have that stable as well. Okay.
Am I the only one left? Okay. I thought about a couple of things. The first thing that I wanted to just share, though, as context, is that I remember a few years ago learning from some of our education leaders in Bethel. We were having a conversation about education and where we're trying to go as a community. And many people in the room were talking about excellence as an objective, and that's a really resonant objective. But one of the very thoughtful insights that came from this leader was that we are seeking excellence, but we're also always seeking relevance. And those things together are really central to how a community moves in ways that are aspirational, but also, deeply connected to the needs of community. So that was she said, July 1st, 2028, that's what was going through my mind, is the excellence and the relevance piece. And I care a lot about what I mentioned earlier, having to do with the demonstration through outcomes of the full integration of the vision that we hold for sustainable economic development, for sustainability and economic development, for opportunity, and the ways in which actions related to environmental stewardship and our local economy support each other. And that's central. So I tried to write something that was about that, and then it really felt like the actual takeaway is more like a quadruple bottom line, and that would be the goal, because we are talking about economic opportunity, and we are talking about increased economic opportunity and increased climate action and improving quality of life, all of those things, but specific to this wonderful place. Those actions specific to and calibrated to the needs of Eugene. And every time that we can reset a horizon line for what is the capacity or the potential or the goals for our community, I think we need to continually do that and keep putting some of these really big marks out for ourselves and as orientation points, that they might not be within 2 years, but we can deliver on a big vision through incremental action. And I do think that we all are also starting to see some of that, even in a handful of recent actions that city council, city staff have been mobilizing around. And that's not one thing, but it's never possible for us to do one thing and have it only be one outcome. So I'm sticking with the quadruple bottom line.
I may have missed it, and I apologize, but what are the 4 things?
Oh, so increasing economic opportunity, increasing climate action, and improving quality of life, belonging, but that all of those very specific to the community of Eugene, very based in this place.
So
That's the quadruple part.
Plus
The
is
3
plus.
would be the social, environmental, and economic, but those are sometimes
the
still
ad is
clear.
making it unique and specific to Eugene, correct?
And seeing that, demonstrating that in really clear ways.
Yeah. So 2 years from now, we have a roadmap for what that looks like? Is that?
And we have, backing up
Sorry,
from there.
I'm going to be very literal now. I'm
Yes,
trying to
literal
understand.
thing.
Yeah.
So the first piece of that would be demonstrating the full integration of our sustainability and economic development vision.
Okay.
That we've integrated
alignment of
these
those
goals, and they're
pieces
aligned, and we're
together.
working together with 2
Okay.
of the, sort of deepest, largest oars that we have to put in the water.
That helps. I appreciate that. Okay. Comments or reactions to the one thing? What stands out to all of you as you think about what your colleagues have said?
They're all connected,
Okay.
clearly. They're all connected. That's the one thing that stands out to me. Right? I mean, we all had kind of different variations, but they're all connected. Stating the obvious,
Okay. It's good
just to
see.
be able to turn up my mic and let everyone else.
Any other reactions or comments? Yeah, I hear it as the prioritize the foundation, but don't for the long term. I mean, I hear a lot of the long term in this, which is great, but kind of the initial step, and maybe and if I'm over tilting what I heard, then you correct me. But kind of getting the foundation solid, and that is, through your budget, through investments in kind of the elements we've talked about today in terms of thriving community economic vibrancy, whether it's through specific new investment of companies or kind of that support of the jobs in the foundation that create some of that thriving piece, and not missing out on the opportunity to engage and tell your story about what's going on. Right? So that's the legitimate part of it. Okay. Anybody else have any? Does that sound fair? Okay. All right. Well, so thank you for all of that. Let's do some kind of next steps and kind of what to expect. And yeah, it's a lot, and we've covered a lot of ground. And I hope that you're feeling like the dots are connecting. And when we come back, no, you have questions.
No, I don't.
Or reactions. Okay.
Thinking name when they're saying that, so forgive me.
They are.
Yes. No, I was just saying, you had just mentioned that hopefully we're all seeing the dots connect, and I was shaking my head because I don't
see the dots
see
connecting.
the dots connecting yet. No, we're gonna have a problem next year. I haven't seen what the road is to fixing that.
Right.
It's a short-term problem that connects, like he mentioned the other day, or earlier today. Yes, we should be looking at the long-term, and we are, and these things do. But they don't help us with the short-term, as well as we will need help next year, in my opinion.
So let me offer this, and maybe I'll ask Twyla to come up too and talk about kind of how the next steps come, because what we have spent yesterday afternoon and this morning on is attempting to create a framework and a tool for having conversations that do what you've just described, which is to figure out what is that path. It's a framework, and it's foundational, and there are going to have to be next steps in terms of how you bring it to the community, how you engage with it, how staff applies the framework. All of these dimensions and elements may feel disconnected, but you might remember, and it's several slides ahead, so I'll click way apart. There it is. You may remember the puzzle pieces, right, that came through the informational sessions that were provided to you. These are intertwined, and so we've been talking about kind of really essential key elements for how to bring the puzzle together. It doesn't happen in 2 half-day sessions, but it sure does set some concrete foundation that you can now work from. And I'm hopeful that the framework, while not ever going to be perfect, will help to level the conversation. And the goals conversations that we've been having today do shed some light on those things that you don't want to lose sight of long term, and how then can staff move the needle in those directions while still evaluating what you're capable of doing with the resources you have available. So, reactions? Matt?
Have we given the staff the input and direction well enough? Have we delivered in our conversations over the last 2 4-hour sessions? I'd love to hear from staff. Like, are you like, is it more of a head scratcher now, or are you like, oh, I see what council's talking about?
If I, and I'll let Jenny speak to this, but keep in mind, we're gonna come back. We're still loose. We haven't written the final words on paper, and so let's give a little bit of space for that reflection and to come back with that, and then to make sure that it's clear and helpful. But Jenny, you want to?
So there was that kind of graphic that was drawn where it was the goals, strategies, and the measures for success. What this council collectively has done for the first time, several of you have done some of this exercise in the past, but you've begun to sketch out your long-term vision for this community collectively today. You've sketched it. And as Nancy said, we're going to put the final touches on it. That is an incredible first step. That gives me a lot of direction because it's helping to inform the shorter-term strategies that we're going to talk about next year. And you're still going to put your fingerprints on it. So, but what's important is that you collectively have spoken today with one voice to the community and to staff. And so that's the first step. Now we're going to start to refine that a little bit more and put more bones, meat on the bones for the shorter term strategies, which many of you have spoke to today already. And so we have copious notes. So I do think that actually there is some dots starting to connect, although to Nancy's point, it's not quite clear, but you've done a tremendous amount of work today. And so for that, I'm very, very appreciative.
What's that? Thumbs up. Okay. Thank you, Jenny. That's great. This is, you'll be having conversations. You're going to continue to work on this. And this is this is a 2-year horizon that ultimately you will be navigating as you're developing the budget and thinking about next steps. And that's the short term. And how you have conversations within that time frame that honors the goals that you've started to take shape will be important. And so how do you balance those things? All right, so for next steps, as Jenny just said, we have been taking copious notes. We have them visually through Julie. We also have them electronically through Jen. So with all of that, and also all of the activities and the Post-its that we have available, our commitment is to at least bring back kind of a synthesized version that you can react to and respond to when we reconvene in 2 weeks on the 13th with fresh eyes. And so we have not just the goal piece, although that's probably going to be the majority of what we want to make sure we're comfortable with on the 13th, but also the budget principles that we have some refinement to do, and then a reminder of the framework that didn't have a lot of modification, but will be part of the puzzle pieces coming together. And so our next steps are to take this together and get prepared to come back to you on the 13th. But there are steps to follow. We don't end on the 3rd. We may, you don't. The journey continues. And so we wanted to make sure to preview how do you engage from here. And so I'm going to give it to Twyla to just talk about some of those immediate next steps.
Great, thank you. So yes, your next wrap-up session will be on July 13th, and we're hoping we get affirmation on the principles and the service framework from you all. And you'll recall that when I was here earlier with work sessions, we talked about this being the beginning of a journey with different phases. So phase 1 is kind of through the end of your summer break. Taking the principles and framework and then having 2 opportunities with groups in the community. So first is the Technical Advisory Group on Fiscal Stability. That's kind of TAG 2.0. They'll be meeting with the city manager later this summer. That group, and then also the citizen members of the budget committee, we'd like to meet with them over the summer and provide an overview of the work you all have done here today to bring those folks along as well. And then we would come back, as you come back from your summer break, we have a tentative work session scheduled on September 14th. We can bring any feedback or information from those groups to you, and really taking the service framework that you all have drafted and just providing you, taking our current service set and taking a sort. How do those services and programs kind of sort into the service framework that you all talked about, and you'll be kind of affirming on the 13th. As you'll recall, we haven't revisited our financial policies in some time, so we anticipate a couple of budget committee meetings in October and November. So that would be full budget committee, where we would come and we would staff would bring suggested revisions to our financial policies and additions, and we'd have a conversation there, along with potentially updates on budget methodology and pieces of that nature. And then financial policies would come back to City Council in December for adoption, along with your 3rd supplemental budget of the year. That brings us to the end of the calendar year. All during this time period, we'll start creating the next biennial budget. And so we're taking all of the feedback, your budget principles, the framework, and your strategic vision that you've been talking about today. And we'll be weaving those elements through our budget methodology and our budget to begin to develop the budget framework. We anticipate it might look different. So we usually have a very prescribed schedule. We do the capital budget in February, and then come back with a series of budget committee meetings. We may have a different approach. Staff are thinking about how might we engage differently and provide different opportunities as we engage with you as council and also the community. So as we think about developing what that looks like, that'll be part of the information we'll bring back to you along the way. We just haven't developed that plan yet. But that's kind of what we look at as we think between today or your outcomes that you'll be talking about on the 13th and the proposed budget that you'll be considering next spring.
Questions? Yes.
So I think this would be the third or fourth time we've gone over financial policies since Mike and I have been on council. And they really haven't changed at all. So I'm wondering, this is more of an education process to get everybody on the same page, or is there something new that's going to?
So the last time we had an overview, was actually quite some time ago. We've looked at pieces. So in 2008, the Budget Committee, that was the last major conversation kind of with Budget Committee and Council was in 2008. So yes, we do have updates both to language, just because the world has changed, and also there's some new best practices and things that council might want to consider memorializing more, such as, for instance, we have a reserve revenue shortfall target, but it's not memorialized in our financial policies. There's some new best practices. You know, the world's changed. So there will be some things we'll want to bring back. So there will be revisions and things to consider and then for council to adopt.
Okay, thanks.
I think Mike and then Eliza.
I can't, I can't tell whether that light's on or not, so sorry about that. My only question is, my last understanding from you, Twyla, in presentation to us, is that next year's budget looks like current service level is still about $5.1 million shy. Is that correct?
With our mid-biennium strategies, it'll be about $4.4 million under our current
4.4.
assumptions, yes. Mm-hmm.
So while we've done a wonderful job of talking about long-term budget and visioning strategies, I don't yet understand how that connects to next year's discussions and whether it involves increasing revenues or cutting services to get to that point. And I'm hoping, am I hearing you say we're going to hear more about that on the 13th?
No, not on the 13th. No, but the tools that we have been developing or talking through, including the goals, as well as the evaluation framework and the budget principles, those are the methods that staff will be able to evaluate and bring proposals to you. And Jenny or Twyla, if you want to speak to this.
I think the point is that it's going to be a combination of both. We're not here to find solutions for cost containment or revenue, but you will have both of those elements presented to you as a part of the budget. In order for us to know how to present a budget that represents your goals and priorities, this is why we're having the conversation.
Excellent,
If that helps you. Very good.
The budget conversation is a longer term conversation. I guess that's what I would go. Eliza, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think I may have had some of the opposite concerns of Mike. This had been kind of discussed as the long-term financial planning conversations, and we've done a lot of planning with sort of broader strategic planning discussions and sort of more detailed, how do we work with our budget for the next year? But I don't feel like we've had a really good strategic conversation about how do we approach the long-term gaps within our budget, the continuing instability within our budget, and what is our strategy as a city for addressing that. And I can hear different counselors having different visions of what that strategy might look like. And we've kind of hinted around the edges of that, but we haven't really said, okay, these are the this is the path. This is the path that we need to walk down to get to the financial stability happy land. And so I'm wondering where those conversations fall into this plan for the next phase. Because what's up there is very specific to how we're building next year's budget, not how we're starting to take the actions that we need to take to build that longer-term stability.
I would say yes, and we need to be really clear where we're going before we can start that conversation with council. And that's a little bit more nuts and bolts. And I think we'll have to talk offline of what we need to present to you to help inform the how in which we would get there. But right now, we need clarity on what our vision is, what the collective vision of this council is for the community, and then we can figure out, okay, what is it that we need to do in order to get there, whether it's to expand or contract, invest, generate revenue. It's a combination of all of that. So I think we're getting there. I think the first step today was just kind of more of the bigger picture, because that's going to inform the strategies that staff is going to come up and present to you. And we can certainly build in this process more conversation around the nuts and bolts on that if that's the desire of council.
I look at this in a slightly different context when I start thinking about it, is that we have a health situation. We're continually managing crises across the board. What we don't look at, the more in the broader context, is the chronic situation that we're under. It's like diabetes. You're not going to cure it, but you do have tools in the toolbox to manage it, to address crisis situations, also understanding that diabetes affects other parts of the body and other maladies that come about because of the nature of the disease. So we have a disease that we're permanently saddled with. It's called money. That's a problem, or lack thereof. And it's chronic. It's not going to go away. And we always, within that context, are dealing with crisis points that are coming along that we have to address in the now versus how we are managing ourselves for the long term so that, we can stay as alive as long as possible with the right management tools to manage a chronic financial situation. Where we have to get money at, how we have to do it, where our partnerships are, all of that. So I that's the way I frame it in my head is chronic versus crisis and chronic at the same time, that we are continuing to manage. We're managing emergency situations on the regular.
Right. And it's complex by the nature of where sources of revenue come and how they fund different parts of the organization. Like, it gets complex quickly. What I'm hearing, and tell me if this is reflective of the kind of what I'm hearing in terms of concerns around next steps, and that is where within the levers that are available, what is the conversation and what is the agreement in terms of what you are interested and willing to pursue? Is that part of the, no, yes? I've seen both. That, we've been talking about a framework and tools. What do you want to, what's important to you collectively? Those are the conversations we've been having today. Also, we have had conversations around the analytical tools and the guiding principles that will inform conversations through staff and then through you in terms of your choices. But what I'm hearing is, well, when are we going to talk about what we're willing to do in terms of the levers we want to pull. Are we going to pursue new revenue? Are we going to consider different alternative service deliveries? Are we going to stop doing certain things? Those are the questions that I'm sussing here, and I just want to check that assumption. Is that the missing piece?
Picking up on that and inspired by the medical metaphor, in the pursuit of revenue, I see. Sorry. They're all good. I see all layers of government make the same mistake. That they swing for the fences. They want to hit that home run, and that's the revenue cash cow that's going to save the day. Rather than, if I can make a clunky baseball metaphor, to play small ball and do a series of get them on and get them over and get them in that's going to win the day. I would love to see us, when we have that pursuit of revenue conversation, that we look at things that might not fundamentally save an entire thing, but rather what are the many multiple ingredients that make up the stew or the soup? Moving on from medical to baseball to food. But I hope yeah, it's welcome.
I'm
one
with
thing. So my one thing in that pursuit of revenue is let's do a series of small things that will ultimately add up to doing big things.
Well, and I guess what I was going to offer is that within the analysis and the framework that we talked about yesterday, and the decision options, right? So how you evaluate service delivery models, how you think about revenue choices, those are all of the conversations that we'll have to follow, right? And so that's the structure to have the conversations in order to move in a direction that is more sustainable and stable to the council's goal. Okay, I saw Alan, then I saw you. Okay, we'll swing around.
Describe what you're going to bring back on the 13th specifically,
Yep.
and what's going to happen on the 14th. Yeah, that would be helpful, because that's the roadmap, and that we can adjust that. Back to it. Go ahead.
I am.
The other piece too was that you said, for example, are we going to, you put out a choice there. Are we going to talk about service containment, cost containment and service restrictions or new revenue? I would suggest to you, we aren't even at the point where we can define what new revenue actually means.
Well, and actually, maybe I wasn't clear. That was sort of my point, was that those are the conversations that I'm feeling a need that you are, like, how are we going to have those conversations?
Okay.
And so that is part of the evaluation through the framework, right, and bringing back ideas. And please jump in, Jenny or Twyla. But for the question to Alan, and this might help to answer immediate next steps, is we want to affirm, clarify, set the direction regarding the budget principles around the framework, which is, of course, the important tool that will be necessary for coming up with options and proposals for all of you to consider, and to define what success looks like within those focus areas that we've been talking about today. So to provide that definition and clarity. So those are the three things that we would imagine bringing back on the 13th. Two of which will probably be, hopefully, kind of fresh eyes together to see the budget principles and the evaluation framework, the goals, which is what points to a direction of what you care about for the long term, is the area where we might want to, put some fresh eyes and decide on those. So that's what we're imagining currently for the 13th. The work that is to follow is sort of outlined here and deeper dive.
Well, so a couple of things. One is, I think there are many elements in the budget lens that we talked about that, we're hearing here, like what are the different kind of levers and pieces. That's kind of like the smaller, when I say smaller, kind of like how we're evaluating choices and bringing information back to you. What I'm hearing as well, though, which the city manager alluded to, is kind of like, so what are the levers that you want to consider, and how do we bring all of the pieces together as you think about your long-term vision, short, mid, long-term strategies? And I think that's what the city manager was suggesting, is we need to have a little more this is a great first step, We need to have a little more conversation, and we'll be weaving some of these pieces in as we work with you, kind of as we work towards the budget. So I know that's not as, a clear answer. I can't say X, Y, Z at this moment, but I think part of it is we be working toward to understand some of those pieces more. On the 14th, it was really to come back based on what, kind of the outcomes on the 13th, if there are other pieces we need to bring back, but also the way I was envisioning the 14th was really taking your service framework and taking our current service set so you could see how we would operationalize the framework, kind of how the services and programs would flow, along with any other, new information that, or considerations that we want to bring at that time. But it was really kind of thinking about the service framework so you can see what it would look like with our current service set.
I was thinking you'd bring that back on the 13th, and we'd comment on it, and then
We won't,
Not enough time.
we need a little more time, but we'll bring it back on the 14th. Yeah, well, it's summer, I don't know.
And there's work weeks, just to clarify.
Well, and also keep in mind that we're July 1st, and so you're aiming for, the adopted budget, a year from now. And so there are steps that we'll have to.
Just a few weeks until council break.
Right.
We have a meeting next Wednesday, a meeting the following Monday, and a meeting on Wednesday, and that is the duration of our currently scheduled meetings for this body until after Labor Day. So this is coming back very quickly with a lot of synthesis from these discussions. And then I think the time over that council break, while staff will still be working intensively, is what will be needed to bring really good information back in September and be able to sort of see that clearer, bigger picture. That was not the comment that I was hoping to make, and I was somewhere in the queue, and I'm not sure where, so I don't want to go into that if there are others
I'm not
ahead.
actually sure as well. So Lindsay, it looks like, and then Mayor will come back to you. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. I wanted to appreciate this process. Partly, I see some frustration maybe about how high level we still are, but I think it's really, really important work that we're doing right now that we haven't really gotten a chance to do. Alan mentioned a few years ago putting in a work session poll request for figuring out climate and housing funding mechanisms. And we started down that line, and suddenly it was not funding for climate and housing. It was, oh my God, we have this huge structural gap. And then it was diving into a revenue committee. And we didn't do this work as a council before that revenue committee. Alan and I, and Eliza was there as budget committee, we were in that committee, and we just had this big book of revenue options. And I think what came out of it was good, but what didn't happen first was a broader community council-led vision and values that allowed us to communicate with the broader community about the why and the how, and really collectively come together with the need and how we're going to get from the need to the funding mechanism, and how that funding mechanism is going to lead into the outcomes that we are looking for. It got a little muddled in there. And so by actually starting here, I think that we're going to be able to, whatever we come up with, whatever levers are going to be there, whether that are, maybe we make more cuts, maybe we have more revenue, maybe we bring in some other strategies, it's going to be because we have done this slower, deeper process. I think the outcome is going to be more accepted, and it's going to feel better as a council and as a community. And so I really want to appreciate the work that we are all doing together in this process. And I'm looking forward to the next steps. So.
I will add to that I think this is new work in the sense that having a new city manager, having this body spend time looking at the strategic plan and refreshing it so that we can be more tightly oriented in the short term, but also with the long-term trajectory. Just for those who are listening, our current strategic goals by focus area, there are just 4: urgent community needs, communication and outreach, culture of belonging, and organizational well-being. And those have been categorically the most similar reference points to this, I think, 6 areas of focus that we've discussed today, which I think give us a much clearer sense of the orientation of this body and the near-term strategic work that we have before us. And then I'm actually personally very comfortable with now taking everything from this very robust conversation over 2 days and being able to empower and enable our staff and our expert resources to take that and mill through it. I think the leadership that is being offered by this body, both in providing that feedback and then saying, we now want to see what comes forward from these inputs, is right in the pocket in terms of where we should be as a body trying to guide policy and the near-term and long-term stability and opportunity of the community. So I'm really looking forward to this work, and I really appreciate the fact that we've covered so much that is foundational, informative to what we're trying to do in just 2 4-hour sessions. I think we've actually covered an enormous landscape of points of input.
Well, and when we come back on the 13th and we bring the pieces together, hopefully you will be able to see that, the fruits of that work too, because it has been, we've covered a lot of terrain. As I said at the beginning, we could probably have spent our whole time on any one of these topics, right? And we covered a lot. I think in a productive way that we'll frame it together and you can decide. But the objective here is to give the tools and to give the framework that will equip staff and you for future conversations. And so, you know, it is very foundational work and it is big picture. So hopefully you feel satisfied.
Lessons learned for me.
Here,
How about now?
mine's works. It's really loud.
Here, let me do 3 of them.
There you go.
Now batting.
I feel like the luckiest man in the world. Gary Cooper. One of the lessons learned for me is something that got brought up by Lindsay, which is that, and this is for the council, when these processes are council-driven, they end up having the outcomes that Lindsay was talking about. When they're staff-driven, they do not. The strategic plan that you referred to, nobody on this council ever refers to it because it wasn't a council strategic plan. It was staff-driven. And that revenue committee, that was staffed by council direction, by the way. I voted no. But having these processes be council-driven creates a different way of creating it, comes out with a different outcome, and creates a different kind of buy-in that that then can be implemented by staff. But it needs to be at the council level, otherwise it doesn't have the same weight and it doesn't have the same outcomes. You can take your microphone back.
Okay. And hopefully you feel that there was space to have those conversations and to provide input that we'll revisit on the 13th so that council, so you are providing the clear direction around what matters, what are the tools that you want to employ in order to have continued conversations and to provide clear direction to staff. Mike.
I have a question. Sorry, microphone? Sorry. Thank you. Well done. I don't know because I'm not sure of the staff involved, and I don't see them here for the ones I think are the case. My question is this. The council has had a very good couple of days on strategic planning and with some specific emphasis. How would the rest of the community know if they weren't watching Channel 21? What's the plan for telling our story?
Nice. Well done.
So
For
there is,
anyone to know that we did this?
this will be pushed out. We do have a comms approach to communicate this to the community. And remember, this is the first meaningful step, And there are more, and so we're packaging this together, Mike. So yes, I hear you, and it will be happening.
And I apologize, I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking because I don't know.
Yeah.
So we have a communications plan, and this will be pushed out on social media through our net news?
That is correct, and we'll continue to do that process all the way through the budget development. So we have points of communication already designed, and the past 2 days are the first 2, and this will be going out.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other closing thoughts or questions regarding next steps? All right. Let's just conclude with, kind of as we began, we asked, thank you, Twyla, for coming up. I asked you your hopes at the beginning of our time, just in one word. How are we feeling about where we're going? And I recognize that it's still squishy, but I do want to just provide a little bit of closure for today and get to see you again in 2 short weeks to revisit some of these things. So let's just kind of a quick wrap up. How are we feeling? We're going to conclude with Matt. Want to start us off, Randy? We'll just go around the horn.
Sure, I think we're headed north.
North. All right.
I'm still confused, but I trust.
Okay.
I wish I could give you a better answer than I'm not sure. I do, however, like my friend, trust that on the 13th, it will become clearer to me what some strategic next steps are.
I think that this was a good start.
Generally positive.
Ready.
Okay.
We're headed true north.
Hopeful.
Confident.
Okay. All right. So the real medal will happen on the 13th, and we'll see. We'll ask that question again, and hopefully at that point you'll feel clear and content and optimistic and these sorts of words. But I appreciate that, and I get it. I mean, this was a big first lift, and we never anticipated that we could get across a finish line for your whole budget strategy, in 2 4-hour sessions. But I do believe that there are tools and foundation here that will inform your next steps. And so if I was to offer a word, which you didn't ask me to do, but I would say, hopeful, and I do, because I can only do 2 words too, confident. You guys got this. Like, I think that you have had, lots of meandering perhaps and lots of conversations over many years. I'm hoping that this brings you together in a slightly different way than maybe you've experienced in the past, and that is foundational to future conversations, which will be uncomfortable, no doubt, and that's okay. That's okay. So, all right, that is what we have. Thank you, Mayor. You want to?
Thank you. I will close us out. I will also say thank you to Nancy and to Jennifer and to Julie and Ref Tallis for guiding us and facilitating this conversation over the last 2 days. Thank you to City Manager Haruyama and our executive staff, our teams for being here, and especially thank you to City Council for dedicating this time yesterday and today. We will come back and pick up this discussion on July 13th, and I now close the July 11th, 2026 City Council workshop, and we are adjourned.